To order at 6:01. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Pasqua. Okay, okay.
I'm here. We're putting Parkinson. Yeah. Oh.
Councilmember Capaldi.
Here.
Councilmember Hul.
Here.
Councilmember DeLellis. I'm sorry. Councilmember Darwin.
Here.
Councilmember Mars.
Here.
Vice President Brown.
Here.
President Verducci.
Here. We'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilwoman Capaldi, would you like to lead us tonight?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, in the event of an emergency, please go back out those doors you came in. If not, please go out this side door or that side door to the door marked number 2 and back. It'll take you out back. First up on the agenda tonight, we have some meeting minutes to approve. I will entertain a motion if we would like to pass the open session meeting minutes.
I make a motion to accept the meeting minutes as a block for September 23rd, 2025. Can we do open and executive at the same time? Or do we have to break them up?
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve September 23rd, 2025 open session meeting minutes.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. We also have some executive session meeting minutes.
I'll make a motion to take the executive session meeting minutes for October 2, 2025 and October 14th, 2025, along with September 23rd, 2025 as a block.
Second.
I have a motion and a second on October 2nd, October 14th minutes. Any discussion on those? All right, hearing none. All those in favor? Oh, sorry.
We don't need an individual vote for executive session minutes?
I don't think so.
Okay. I thought we did. I thought we did.
Oh, okay. That's a good point. Let's do a roll call, please. Thank you. Yeah, good point.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi. Councilmember Hul.
Yes.
Councilmember Darwin.
Yes.
Councilmember Mars.
Yes.
Vice President Brown.
Yes.
President Verducci.
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
All right. Our next item up is public comment on docketed items. Anybody? Oh, sorry, guys.
If I may make a motion to,
Oh.
can we take I'd like to make a motion to take the agenda out of order. If we could, I'd like to bring up the RDA appointments first.
I'll second that motion.
Motion from Councilman Hul, second from Councilwoman Capaldi. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. I think we can. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? We've got. Good. All right, the ayes have it. All right, let's skip down to that section, please. And if anybody would like to come up first, introduce yourself we are on item number 8. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Item 5.
Are we doing all the appointments or just B right now?
The motion was for B.
Okay, thanks.
We have 2 people looking for a position on the RDA. And first up, please introduce yourself and tell us where you live.
I don't think it would be appropriate if I didn't come up here and say
Yeah,
Brittany Boyer,
say your
318 Town
tagline.
Farm Road. I'm here tonight because I care about the future of Coventry and want to contribute meaningfully to what it will be going forward. My husband and I chose to move to Coventry because of the community. That choice is what inspired me to get involved, stay informed, and show up for this town from the very beginning. Many of you know me because you see me at nearly every council meeting, budget hearing, and public discussion. I don't listen to respond, I listen to understand. I do my homework, I review the background, and I make sure I understand the facts and implications of every issue being discussed. Preparation isn't just a habit for me, it's something I believe every resident deserves from anyone seeking a leadership role. Professionally, I serve Coventry as a director of a family-owned medical practice. In that role, preparation, accuracy, and compassion are part of my everyday. I manage daily operations, support staff, coordinate patient care, and navigate complex issues that require clear thinking and sound judgment. These skills translate directly to the thoughtful, detail-oriented, and collaborative work of the RDA. I've taken the time to learn what the RDA does and what its responsibilities mean for Coventry's future. Redevelopment affects our neighborhoods, our public spaces, our property values, and the long-term life of our community. I'm aware that Johnson's Pond is the first of many major projects on the agenda, and I have been following those discussions closely. I believe the community deserves transparency, responsible planning, and a strong public voice throughout that process. If appointed, I'll show up informed, prepared, and ready to work alongside my fellow members. I also bring a minority perspective, one of a young, working professional mother, someone who understands the everyday real priorities and concerns of Coventry families. I may not have decades of corporate or political experience, but what I bring is equally important: dedication, integrity, preparation, and a genuine understanding of what Coventry families live every day. I'm not new to this work. I already show up. I already ask the hard questions. I already advocate for what's best for our neighborhoods and the residents, and I will always prioritize the needs of our community. I want us to move Coventry forward together. I respectfully ask for your vote for the opportunity to serve this community with the same heart, diligence, and commitment that I already bring to every meeting and every conversation. Do you have any questions for me?
Councilwoman Capaldi.
Thank you for that. That was so, we see you here all the time, and I thank you for that. You really do ask hard questions, and you have, I think you have everyone has come to love you. They may not like sometimes what you say, but then they go home and they're like, things that make you go home. So I want to thank you for that. I like what you do, and I think you would be an asset to the RDA.
Thank you.
Councilman Hall.
Thank you for first just applying. Secondly, I think I want to just outside of the RDA publicly thank you for your tireless amount of hours that you put into the research and the question asking and the diligence. And, I think not knowing you before I ever started this, I donated to your helping Coventry way before I was in my position and way before I ever met you. One of the things I think is really interesting about you is the way that you advocate for the town of Coventry. And I think that's in all of your things, from your farm stand to where you work, to where you live, to where you raise your kids. So just thank you. Thank you on behalf of all of my members up here, I hope. Thank you for what you do for Coventry.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much, Brittany. Appreciate it. Oh, go ahead. Councilman Pasqua.
Thank you for applying for this. I know you follow the RDA. Give me some feedback on what you think of the RDA as far as their involvement in Johnson's Pond right now, and what would you change, if anything, about their approach to what they're doing?
My biggest concern with how things are going right now is the speed of things. Right now, I'm watching meetings and things are circling. Right now, we're circling back to finding public access. I feel like we've been in that loop a lot of times. That is something that I would like to speed up. There are a lot of groups of things I think that are happening right now. We're finding public access. We're redeveloping boundaries where, the other day we talked, are we going to add Stump Pond back in? Well, we talked about that at the September meeting we had at the high school. So I want to stop the circling. I want to make some concrete plans. I want to make some real deadlines for things. And I want to start bringing things before the council so we can get the ball rolling. I feel like everyone's just kind of getting tired of sitting around and listening to the same things at every meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Is Mr. Macchione here? Please come on up.
So I think you all know me. I was here last month for the.
Can you please say
My name is Stephen Macchione. I live at 20 Westcott Way, and very impressed by the previous candidate. I will tell you that I just bring a different perspective. My experience is over 30 years in municipal government, most of it spent in Johnston, at times in Cranston. I've done some things in Smithfield. I've done some consulting work, and I've done a lot of business development. And I come here with, I think the perspective that I bring is that I have no preconceived notions of what needs to be done, what should be done. who's doing it. And I just want to bring a level of experience. I've been through the battles. I've made a tremendous amount of connections with the state, with elected officials and various agencies. I have a very good reputation and can use it when needed. I know what everything entails. I'm very aware of the situation at Johnson's Pond and Coventry as a whole, and trying to market the town and trying to increase the development, especially on the business side, and trying to bring some new tax dollars into the town. I think that's certainly needed. I drive up Tiger Avenue, for example, and I look at it, and there's just so much potential. And you look at some other areas in the state of Rhode Island that are being developed commercially, and they don't hold a candle to what we have here. So that's the perspective that I'd like to bring. Definitely at a disadvantage because I haven't lived here as long, but I do understand the issues, and I promise you that I'll be very hardworking. I'm just about retired, so I've got my whole day to devote to different things and different aspects of the job. But while I sat there, I saw a very committed individual who really is obvious she cares about this town and has a love for it. And I don't think you would do badly with either choice. I think it's what you want. Do you want someone who wants to bring a fresh perspective, who's not jaded by what's happened in the past and what wants to move forward and try to do some different things and try to bring some new people into the mix, into the equation? I think I'm that person. And I guarantee you that I'll work very diligently, and I will learn the issues as they come along. I will take a lot of time to focus on them and just do what's best for the town.
Any questions, Councilwoman Capaldi?
Thank you for applying. Following the RDA and where we started from like a year and a half ago, and I know nothing is solid yet on the financials of what we're going to do with the Johnson's Pond, but right now I believe the conversations around a TIF district. What do you think about a TIF district versus a dam district regarding the management of that pond?
Well, I think that the responsibility should be on the members who live there. And I think that's the first priority, and should have the right to do it. I said I haven't explored the matter into the least common denominators here, but I understand the problem, and I think it becomes a townwide problem. Whether it's Johnson's Pond or where I am on Westcott Road, I mean, it's whenever there's a problem with the town, ultimately it affects the entire town. And you try to approach it that way. You have to make your decisions based on what's in the best interest of the town itself, how it affects us financially, and what we can do to make it better. And I think you have to sit there, and I think you have to do a lot more listening than talking, and try to find out every aspect of what's at hand, how can we solve these problems. And the Johnson's Pond issue has been going on a lot longer, obviously, than 2 years. So I mean, it ultimately came to a head, and I know the town's ready to do, to make the major decision on it. But it's like that with just about every issue in the town. And again, you really just need to have a lot of common sense. Hopefully you have some experience, and you can work with others, and you can use, what you bring to the table and use it as an advantage to, to try to get the problem solved.
Also, Councilman Pasqua, do you? Yep.
Thank you for applying.
Okay.
Couple of questions. You have a pretty lengthy background in different municipalities throughout the state. And obviously, as we just heard, the RDA is looking at TIF districts and different, things like that. And obviously, RDAs are common throughout the state because that was part of the Housing Act of 1949, which allowed cities and towns to enable these RDAs. And so do you have any experience working with redevelopment agencies, which are primarily obviously tasked with revitalizing substandard and blighted areas? Do you have any experience?
I do. I worked originally in the early 2000s with resource recovery and what we did in Johnston, where we created buffer zones, we created living areas, where we tried to come to a happy medium between the developers and the residents. That was one aspect. Other areas in the western part of Johnston, back when I was served on the council there, I mean, it was literally you know, it was all just greenlands and it was undeveloped. And we had to take those parcels of land and we had to see what was best for development, but at the same time, preserve all our integrity of our lands. And you know, we fought that constantly. And so I think out of the 10 years I served on the council, my first 6 were probably devoted entirely to the landfill and the impact that it was going to have on the town and how we had to do it. And we had to create and pass and manage a host agreement. And again, always try to look at the best interests of what it'll do for the developer and the town. You know, even when you sit on a board and you're with the best interests of the town in mind, you still have to take into consideration the developers. I mean, they're there too. They're not there because they're forming nonprofits or charities. They're there to make, you know, to make a profit. And it's a difficult decision sometimes where how you balance everything. And again, I think it comes with experience and common sense. And as I said, if I don't think you can go wrong either way. It's what you're looking to do. If you think you want someone there who's, someone like me who's been experienced and has, some developed relationships with people along the way who could be beneficial to this town, then you go my way. If you think that the previous candidate has been so entrenched in this town that she's the right person for it, then you owe it to yourself and you owe it to the town to select her. This is, we're here. We're just both here to serve the town in different capacities and take different approaches.
Councilman Hull?
I'll keep it short for you. Thank you for applying, but I would be foolish to not mention that I think your delivery, sometimes when we're applying against people, I appreciate your delivery and how it wasn't a slugfest. I just want to bring a point to that. I thought your delivery, even with the opposing candidate, was well delivered. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Councilman Down.
I'll echo everyone else up here. We've seen you a couple times now. You came up for an appointment. You're looking to join the RDA. You followed through with your commitment to register to run for District 4.
Mm-hmm.
My concern is I'm not sure that you can sit on both seats. If that was if the appointment was to come up.
That was something that I would have a conversation with you with.
Yeah. So
I think if I was appointed, I wouldn't run. But I don't want to say that because I don't want that to be the reason that you vote for me. But I'm being honest, I don't want that to be the reason. But if I was appointed, the cat's out of the bag. I mean, I did what I did because I'd like to get involved in some way. But, we had a process. I respected it. I didn't get a chance to talk to you and congratulate you on the way out. But
no.
I'm here tonight. And, again, we're not at war here.
No, absolutely.
We just want the best interest of the town at heart. And
well, and that's why I'm considering my vote because I know that you're passionate about joining, and that my vote may go towards Brittany just because of that. It would go against my interest, obviously, but I think that you're passionate about this. So I just wanted to make sure if you were on the RDA, which one would be more important to you? Because I don't want to see you get the RDA and resign.
I'd work with you to see what your future was. Maybe, see what you think about serving on the council. Maybe it becomes time consuming for you or whatever, but I want to be an advocate and I want to be an asset.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of turnover with these seats and the volunteers in the position. So I'd hate to pass up a candidate like Brittany.
I wouldn't accept an appointment tonight and resign.
Okay.
In January.
I
wouldn't do that.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
I worked, for what it's worth, in 44 years, I worked for 2 companies. I'm in it for the long haul.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Problem.
All right, thank you very much, and I'll echo Councilman Hull's sentiments. Appreciate your candor and respectfulness. We definitely appreciate that. Thank you very much. I will entertain a motion on this.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Brittany Boyer on the RDA open seat.
I second that.
All right, we have a motion from Councilwoman Capaldi, second from Councilman Hull. Any discussion?
If I think I'd just make it quick. We got a long meeting tonight. My decision here was based on, I think we need the RDA to move at a little bit of a quicker speed. We need a little bit, I think, more cooperation between the RDA and the town council. I think as a collaborative, we can succeed. I think RDA, what it was intended for, can work if it is staffed the way it should be. And with Brittany's knowledge, I think she can hit the ground running. And so thank you for that. Thank you to both candidates again.
Councilwoman Walde.
Everything that Councilman Hool said, plus I think she brings a different perspective, being a female mother, young person in this community, which we have a lot of those here. And I think that her perspective and her work ethic of helping to make things progress is what we need with the RDA.
Thank you very much. And I'll just say for my piece, I've always seen the RDA Johnson's Pond as a town-wide issue. So I'm glad that we have some people coming from outside of that to give it that perspective. So appreciate, both of you applying. And I think we're ready to vote.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hul.
Yes.
Councilmember Darwin.
Yes.
Councilmember Mars.
Yes.
Vice President Brown.
Yes.
President Verducci.
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Congratulations. And thank you, Mr. Macchione. We appreciate it.
Thank you to both of you. Thank you.
All right. We can head back up to the top of the agenda and do some public comment. We will open up public comment for anyone here in the room. If see one person coming up, if anybody else like to speak, please raise your hand and we'll get to you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Can you hear me? Scott Guthrie, 31 Maplewood Drive. The fire department issue is on the docket. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be voted on tonight. I'm pretty sure you're going to get a presentation. And with two new council people that probably haven't heard the whole story about what happened in Coventry, I'd like to share some information with them and the people in the audience and the people that are watching. I sat in the legislature when Patricia Morgan tried to kill that fire department. One state legislator wanted to take public safety away from the people that she represented, which I thought was crazy. Anybody would think it was crazy. Our town charter says that if a fire district fails, they all fail. They lose their taxing authority because that's what the charter says. And I want to thank Councilman Dowling for pointing two things out in the charter, one tonight and one at the last council meeting that I wasn't at. So thanks for reading the charter. It is important. It is a document that we live by. Unlike what the last maybe 3 or 4 years we were told by the former solicitor and former council president. It is our rule. That's how we govern ourselves. So, a mistake was made. It was clerical. Somebody typed the wrong number in and assessed the building for $28 million that should have been assessed for $2.8 million. And that started this thing where they thought the money was going to come in and it didn't come in. It took 3 years for them to figure it out. And it's sad that it happened. And it didn't happen just there. It's kind of funny, but West Warwick had the same thing happen where they caught it in time and said, oh, here was a mistake that was made. And they caught it. So now the whole town right now is in this position of public safety. 1202, Section 3 in the charter says that he is responsible, who was hired by all of you. So what we need to do is we need to fix this. and stop this madness that's going on social media that keeps blaming and saying that your taxes are going to go through the roof. The fire districts are going to be absorbed by the town. The income of those fire districts are going to be absorbed by the town. The assets, the liabilities, and the debt are going to be absorbed by the town. Western Coventry wanted to sell things. I believe that they can't, according to the charter. That would be something that the solicitor and their lawyer would have to argue in court. But 2 weeks ago, 6 people were burned out of their house in your district, Anthony. 2 days ago, within 8 hours, we had two CPR calls. That's 4 pieces of apparatus and 8 men. One of the victims was my friend, and he'll be buried on Thursday. So I think that you really, especially you two guys, should follow up on the history of how this happened. And like I said, I fought in court in the State House and went to every single court hearing under Judge Stern when they were going to liquidate. And had they liquidated, think of what you would have had. You'd have had no more fire stations because the previous board sold 3 of them out from under the taxpayers because they wanted to kill the fire district. And if they did that, they would have shoved that down your throats and shoved that down the throats of the taxpayers without even knowing it. All for the sake of spite of one state representative that wanted to kill the union. I'm a union guy. I'll always be a union guy. And what it means to me is I care about workers, I care about families, and I care about how they thrive. I care about my community. So when you deliberate this, read that packet and read it well, because I read it today. And when you look at the administrative costs that have gone up and down from 400,000 to 800,000 to 700,000 to 300,000 to $35,000, and then back up to $400,000. That was administrative fees that were paid to lawyers and a manager that they hired to just blow money away. Mrs. Corrigan. Sorry, I hate to say names, but that's where the money went. It went to lawyers and Mrs. Corrigan instead of to firefighters that could have been put on trucks to save lives. So when you do your deliberations, and I know it's going to take a few weeks for you to, gather all of this, do your research, go look at the court records, and beware, because Patricia Morgan is going to come back again. All right. She came back after she ran for governor, and she did it again and went to court again and won in court on a stipulation. All right. Fire districts are exempt from certain parts of elections. And for some reason, they took and they changed and they allowed another election to happen. I mean, this is when they were doing things in the W.D. Mason boxes. I went to the Anthony Fire District meeting last month, and I got up and I spoke and I asked, how much are we paying the town, the solicitor for the district? And I looked at the budget and they said, well, we're going to give them a $5,000 raise. $45,000 is what they were going to pay the solicitor. Your father worked for that fire district for $17,000 a year for 25 years. $17,000 a year. Hopkins Hill Fire District paid their lawyer $500 a year, budgeted. How much you spent, I don't know. What happened in Central Coventry was a travesty. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, even into the millions, were spent. Instead of paying firefighters, we're paying lawyers. Not that I dislike lawyers, but we had a pretty big argument over the last 6 months about legal representation in town and how much was spent here. And I think that it's time that we start serving the taxpayer with our tax dollars instead of serving lawyers. It's happening, and it's got to stop. And the only way that it's going to stop is for you to control fire in this town. There is nothing stopping, the fire districts from merging into one, and there's nothing stopping another Pat Morgan from coming in and taking that fire district and turning it into nothing. So there's no way that if you control it as a town council, it can be taken away. That is the route to take. I'm serious, Frank, you and I, we had discussions back and forth, talked about fire district versus the town. And here we are. You're going to get a presentation tonight. And I'm just passionate about this. I want it to end. I wanted to have the end-all be-all fix for this town to make sure that everybody that lives within any boundary of this town gets exactly the same service. Thank you for your time.
Just one thing, Scott, and this is on a personal level. You shared something with me out in the vestibule tonight. It's everybody knows you've been fighting cancer. Why don't you give everybody an update? Because I think a Thanksgiving and Christmas miracle has happened to you, and you should share that with everybody.
So I went to my oncologist today, and so this is my second bout with it. 18 years ago, I had it. And it came back last year. So I've been doing chemo for a little over a year now. My oncologist told me today that I'm surprised that your body can put up with the poison that we're putting in you. So he said, you're not quite in remission yet, but you're that close. I got to look at you. He goes, did you look at your MRI screens? I said, I don't know how to look at that. So he showed
You're too busy reading the charter.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not a computer guy, so but he showed me everything, and how everything, has worked. And anybody that is faced with this should believe in the science. I believed in it from the start. And if I didn't, I probably would have withered away. But thanks for bringing it up.
Yeah, good news. Thank you, Scott. Good luck. All right, we are still on open public comment on docketed items. Anybody else? All right, please come on up, name and address for the record. Thank you.
Jason Nunes, 4 Road. On the docketed items, I guess item number 8 is about the DPW fleet budget plan, and then it's a budget versus actual. There seems to be a pattern that not too long ago we came across like the budget for the DPW, and they spent the bulk of their money right out of the gate. and there's a pattern that they run out of money at the end, and then they have to ask for more. I just want to make you aware of that. On item number 9A, Highlands at Hopkins Hill, this particular builder, Du Bois Building Company, also known as D2 Homes, they entered into an existing contract of 152 units that have been completed with an additional 62 plus units. That's give or take a total of 218 plus units on a 400-acre parcel of land. Now, you can expect variances and easements and possibility a comprehensive plan, because that's what this builder does. And the comprehensive plan is going to probably offer up, I'm going to guess, 25% of affordable housing with all kinds of easements, variations, and let's forgive the impact fee. That's what this builder does. I'd like you to,
Sir, we're on the agenda.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, which,
9A, Highlands at Hopkins Hill. I believe it's docketed.
No, that's Commerce Park Realty. It's a different project. 9A is Commerce Park.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
No problem.
Let's just go right to 9C with the legal invoices. Why are we hiring CLA at a cost to the taxpayers when the Rhode Island State Police have a department for this reason at no cost to the taxpayers? Is there an underlying issue here? That's just a question. I don't expect an answer. Also, item number 10 with the fire department. Obviously, Scott knows a lot more about the ins and outs to all of that. But there was a meeting yesterday at Bestwick Trail at the Hopkins Hill Fire Department that I don't even think that the minutes are available at this time. I wouldn't think so. Are you guys aware of any of that meeting yesterday? Okay. That's all I got.
thank you very much. Excuse me. Anyone else in chambers like to speak? If not, Marcus will go. Excuse me, we got one more. Please come on up, say your name and address for the record.
Good evening. I'm Skip Mays, 710 Perry Hill Road in Coventry. Longtime resident and an elected official in the Western Coventry Fire District. And to follow up on one of the items that Mr. Guthrie had brought up, and that's what applies not just to the new faces on the council, but the others as well, is that you have a great opportunity with respect to the municipal fire service activities and the proposals that you're going to be presented with. The legislature has an opportunity that they're going to probably at least offer on paper to you, and that is to hold for further study. It's going to be, as was already alleged, it's going to be a very challenging opportunity for you. I mean, there were 73 pages that I looked through, and I'm sure that there's more of what perhaps maybe you did as well. I'm not satisfied that you're getting a good look, and I would encourage all of you to pay attention to what's going on within the fire districts. You've got 2 fire districts that are performing exceptionally well, that are doing exactly what the taxpayers want, providing the services that they want. And you have 2 others that perhaps don't fall into that category, and which is one of the reasons that we're here tonight, and we will be for in the near future. What I would encourage as you go forward and you start to hold hearings is that, as Mr. Guthrie mentioned, listen carefully, read carefully, because there's a lot of information there. And I would just hate to see the taxpayers, especially in the Western Coventry area, be taken advantage of through clearing out extraordinary amounts of debt that the people in my district anyway, in Western Coventry, haven't exposed themselves to. They've handled things well. They've handled things appropriately. The boards of directors over the last decades have done exactly what the taxpayers wanted, and they've elected to press forward, and they're handling it in extremely good condition. So that's my comment. Just read it and weep, but hold for further study. Makes it not an escape route, but there's a lot of stuff in there. Just hold for further study.
Thank you, Skip. Anyone else in chambers? Good evening.
Good evening. Steve Bosque, 8 Raven Boulevard, Green, Rhode Island. And I just had a couple of comments. Is it going to be open session later after this is discussed? Because this, when you discuss it, just docketed items.
Yeah,
right?
we're
Then there'll
doing,
be no-
we typically do just docketed, then we'll have some actual presentation, and then we'll have undocketed after.
Specifically to the docketed item, as far as my comments at this time, was just, I appreciate the work that the committee had put into it. I do think that it is still short as far as crucial information. I think there's a lot of, and it might be intentional. I think I attended most of the meetings. I've seen all of the meetings if I didn't attend it. Their time structure, I think might have gotten away from them at certain points in times or something, and didn't quite complete the agenda that they had set out for themselves. The issues primarily I had with it just were that, you know, I don't think debt was really looked into, conditions of the physical plants of all the buildings. The only audit that I could find on the worksheets that they reviewed were Western Coventry's. I mean, if you look on it, there's no copy of an audit from any of the other districts. So I think some of the financials are a little bit light. When we looked at what the salaries that they were plugging in for the chief, as just heard someone say, Anthony, Scott, I think mentioned appropriated $45,000 for their attorney. I think they plugged in a number for $50,000 for the whole district for legal fees. It's going to be steep, especially the first year. I think there's a lot of understatement of numbers. And then the attorney's synopsis that was kind of on the framing of it, it seems like it does a lot of circumventing of the town charter. I mean, so where we're sitting here talking about the charter, it seems like most of it is structured so that you can get away from a vote, you can get away from some of the taxpayers, change the charter, giving the authority just on day one. There was one of the pages in there says like all the employees would be transferred over, part-time and full-time. Well, that's clearly stated in the charter taking over the district, the hiring and how that should go. So I'm not a lawyer, so I'm just, my quick look at that, I think was a little bit, looked a little bit strange to me. Anyway, that's all I have as far as on the document portion of it. I don't want to go into comments when presentation hasn't been made, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bosque. Let's see, any hands raised on Zoom? All right, if you're on Zoom and your hand is raised, we will let you in. Please come off mute and share your name and address for the record. You can go ahead. Sherry, it looks like, is on the screen.
Yep, Sherry Elderkin, 979 Victory Highway, Green, Rhode Island. The only thing I would ask is that when you guys are considering the merging of the fire districts, you put it on hold, review all the financials. Today's day and age, we're all struggling to make ends meet as everything has increased dramatically as far as costs and expenses. We cannot afford to absorb another district's debt, and I would appreciate it if my taxes in my fire district did not get moved. So I would appreciate if you really considered the financial burden it is going to place on the community of Green. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Sherry. Anyone else on Zoom? Looks like we do. Hang on one sec. We will let you in. Looks like Stacy, if you're there, please come in and name and address for the record.
Stacy Nichols, 159 Lewis Farm Road, Coventry, or Green, since we're all making a stand out here in Western. Just want to comment as far as really the municipal fire department discussion, but just seeing items coming up on agendas. We have a lot of plates in the air right now, and we kind of have some really big messes that I think, I'm trying to be optimistic. I really feel like town council is looking at a lot of these things and trying to move forward on them. It's not to say that a municipal fire department could never be a thing, but I don't think right now is the appropriate time. We are still handling this Johnson's Pond mess, whatever happened with the solicitor, which you're still even deciding what direction to go with that. We have the senior tax freeze, which I don't even know where that's going. We just had a tax increase. We had 0 reduction in departments at the last budget approval. So I think if we want to move forward on a municipal fire department, we really need to start setting the stage and reductions in other areas so that we aren't just passing this cost burden on. And I know that the plan is that the fire tax that's paid by people now would just be rolled into a tax and paid for paid towards the town. But the reality is that everything is costing more and this is just more debt. And honestly, we have enough debt that we don't really seem to have very good plans on how to get rid of it right now. And I'd really like to see we take care of what's a mess right now before we take on more. But I think everyone, we are trying to move forward, and I think it's great to get information at this stage. And we should all be asking some really good questions and not just assuming that's what's being presented is really going to be what's happened. Because I think looking historically at other in Coventry and outside of Coventry, there's been massive increases in costs when things went to municipalities. That's all.
Thank you very much. Anyone else on Zoom? No. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Did we want to go something out of order? Did you? Sorry, go ahead. Councilman Hool. Yeah.
I should have done this originally. I'm sorry. I'm going to make a motion to take the agenda out of item. We'll finish up the rest of the appointments. I shouldn't have did just one. So I'll make a motion to take the agenda out of order. We will hear the Juvenile Hearing Board appointment as well as the Finance Committee appointment.
I'll second that.
First and a second, all those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries. Let's bring those folks up. So first we will do Juvenile Hearing Board. It's Kim Sturtle. Come on down, please.
This is right.
Yeah.
Famous walk.
Just make sure your microphone's on. Should be green. And tell us
Nobody
name.
usually has trouble hearing me. Kim Sturtle, 20 Catapla Way, Coventry. I'm not as prepared as the first candidate was for the last appointment, not by any stretch of the means. The reason I want to be on the Juvenile Hearing Board is kids don't wake up in the morning at 2, 3, 5-year-olds. I'm going to be a jerk. I'm going to get in a fight. It's learned behavior over time. But with learned behavior over time, you can teach them to change their behavior. Most adolescents in middle school, high school, believe their kids, adults don't listen to them. Well, we do listen to them. They just don't like what we have to say because every action has a cause and effect. For them to be able to learn, we have to explain to them the cause and effect of why we're doing what we're doing. And that's something I strongly believe in, something I would like to bring to the Juvenile Hearing Board and just give them real life situations and what's going to happen. If you're getting a fight today and on the corner, it's going to be different than if you get in a fight when you're 22 in a bar. There's different standards and they need to learn that what's happening now, if it doesn't change, that this is going to happen later. And that's what I would like to bring to the board.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Vice President Brown.
I had to say something.
I figured you did.
Sorry. I've known Kim a long time. Kim is an outstanding advocate of the kids in our town, her grandkids, my grandkids, and she would be an exceptional person to stay on the Juvenile Hearing Board. She's just committed to that, children and making sure they do the right thing. And I'm kind of afraid of you too, Kim. But,
You should be.
but no, Kim is just outstanding and she would be great on the juvenile hearing board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, if you scare them, that's always good. Councilman Hool.
I was gonna say, I'm actually glad that he brought that up because while I do think, kids just need a lot of understanding, sometimes we've got to get on their levels. But on the juvenile hearing board, the gentleman in the back of the room, they keep seeing the same kids. They might get a little upset with us. So while we're being nice, I also think Frank said he was afraid of you. I know you've got a tough side of you. So it wasn't just soft on that side of it.
I'm definitely not all soft.
Thank you for replying. I appreciate you.
Even to my grandchildren, by the way.
Thank you. Kids crave that, truthfully. They crave
They
structure.
want consistency and they want to hear what needs to be done and what you're going to do. Thanks.
That's what I say to mine right before I give in. Anybody else on here? All right. Thank you very much. Do we have a motion?
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Kim Sturtle to the juvenile hearing board.
Second.
Motion, Vice President Brown, second. Councilman Pasqua, any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Congratulations and thank you very much. We appreciate it. All right. Next on the agenda, we have public hearing. I'll take a motion to open up that. Oh, sorry. God. Finance Committee. So this is a voluntold situation, I believe. Our two new members here, we need to join Councilman Hool on Finance Committee. Ex officio, though, so it's not the same. No, she was saying. So I will entertain a motion for someone to nominate perhaps our two new members to join the Finance Committee.
I'll nominate one of them. Dowan.
Yeah,
I second that.
yeah. He was asking for it. We have a first and a second. Any discussion? Yeah, right. Yeah.
Welcome aboard, sir.
All right. All those in favor of, yep. All right. That's fine. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Now, at this point, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councilman.
I think we need another motion. So I'll motion for Councilman Mars to be also on the Finance Committee. I thought we
Yeah.
want
Those two.
those two.
Oh, they're both taking it.
Yeah.
They both asked for it, yeah.
Yeah, season of giving. So,
Do we have a second?
I second.
or I can't second fast enough. All right. We've got first and a second. Any further discussion, not counting those guys? Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right. Ayes have it. Welcome aboard to the Finance Committee. We'll schedule a meeting. We'll work with the clerk and get something on the books. Okay, back on the agenda, we are on public hearing. We've got one issue tonight. I'll take a motion to open up public hearing.
We'll make a motion to open public hearing.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Let's open up the public hearing. We have one issue tonight, transfer of Class B liquor license, Bean Barn to Ronnie's Tavern and Coffee House. Is there anyone here who'd like to speak? Come on up. Name and address for the record. Thank you.
My name is Ron Frechette. I am purchasing.
Make sure the microphone's on.
Well, you might have to pick that thing up.
And I am applying for liquor license transfer.
All right. Councilwoman Capaldi.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, yeah.
Did you buy the Bean Barn?
The closing is on December 15th.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
That's very cool. Very cool.
I appreciate that.
Go ahead, Mr. Town Manager.
It does say all requirements are met, but there's one or two that are still outstanding.
So we were going to check on that. We've got some requirements that haven't been met in the past. What we've done is make it conditional. We'll ask the clerk if she can just kind of read off where we stand, please.
The sewer was submitted, but we have not received it back yet. We need the Board of Health. We need tip certified, and we need fire marshal inspection.
That's it. What do we have? What do we have? Okay, all right. So, I'll leave it up to the pleasure of the council. We don't want to be any hold up on a business, but
I'll make a motion to, just so we can move forward with the purchase, make a motion to approve the transfer of the liquor license pending the clerk's outstanding required items.
Absolutely.
I'll second that motion.
Welcome to Coventry.
all right, we've got a
If-
first and a second.
Yes, I do.
Any discussion? Good. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Congratulations and good luck. Thank you.
Madam
Appreciate
Clerk,
it.
can you just let us know when those are all met?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I will entertain a motion to.
Got to officially close public
Yeah.
hearing.
Yep.
Make a motion to close public hearing.
Got a motion. Do we have a second to close public hearing?
Second.
Oh, second, Councilman Mars. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. All right, moving right along. We have licenses next. Item number 4 on the agenda. First up, application for renewal of campground license. Looks like we've got a couple of them. Anything to report out, Mr. Manager?
It is renewals, all set.
All set. All right. Well, we could vote them in a block, I believe. Yeah. I'll entertain a motion.
To approve the campground license for Yoho Campground, Waters Edge Campground, and Hickory Ridge Campground.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to move these as a block. Any discussion? All right, seeing none. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, ayes have it. Thank you very much. We have already done item number 5. That puts us on item number 6, report of the town manager.
Council
Mr.
President, you just need to vote on the block. You voted.
Oh, I'm
to
sorry.
Approve the
We
block.
only vote, yeah.
As a block and then
Yeah,
approve the
mm.
block.
No, I knew we were going too fast. I will to entertain a motion to vote on these 3. We had the motion on the block. Now we
Make
need.
a motion to approve all 3 campground licenses as a block.
Thank you, Councilman Pasqua.
I'll second.
Second from Councilman Hool. Discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And now, back to you, Mr. Manager.
So I will be quick. The staff from the Pandemic Recovery Office came to our Community Learning Center last Tuesday for an update for our 4th quarter. Very impressed with the progress that we have made. It's almost ready for you guys to come over and take a peek. So we're about 90% complete with construction. We've spent $3.8 million out of the $4.6 million that has been appropriated to us by the governor. 2 outstanding items left are FF&E and some IT-related infrastructure. So we're going out to RFP or bid this month and hope to have those 2 in front of you for the January 13th meeting. Along with the $4.6 million for construction, we are also in line to get a grant from the governor's office for $95,000 for programming. So as you may recall, the whole purpose of the center is to promote 5 years worth of education, workforce development, and health monitoring. The $95,000 that he's giving us goes to anything we want within that scope, whether it's hiring staff, putting a program together, whatever we want to use that $95,000 for over the 5 years of the program, it's totally up to us. Director Robillard has been working with a lot of our community partners to get them engaged over there. So we're going to have space for CCAP, Thrive Behavioral Health, DLT, Rhode Island College. A whole host of users are willing to come in. Obviously, no fee. We charge no fee. We give them the space, and they run their programming. Ballpark completion mid-January, hoping for a ribbon cutting mid-February with the governor, and opening the doors on March 1st. So that's kind of where we are. I think it's really going to be a transformational project that this town never would have been able to do without the governor's money. It was just 38,000 square feet empty, doing nothing, sitting and rotting away. So the space is really going to be dedicated to the community and really be a beneficial aspect to everybody.
Thank you for the update. Quick question on the 95,000. That's a one-time grant for 5 years, or is it, how is that
It's
work?
90, if they give us the 95,000, we can use it over the next 5 years any way we want.
95,000 in total, and we have
program.
5 years to use it.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Right. Questions, comments? Councilman Holt?
I'm sure we'll have time, but I wouldn't want that 95,000 to go to anything that's reoccurring. Like I wouldn't want to add a salary person on there, but then after the 5 years, we're screwed, kind of.
All right. Anyone else? Thank you very much. All right. Moving along. What's that? Oh, item number 7, council member communications. We have an item tonight from Councilwoman Capaldi. Take it away.
Thank you. I hear a lot from constituents that when the council starts something or when the town starts something up here, you don't hear follow through. So I'm following through on something that this council agreed to at last budget season. And since we're in the shadows again of a new budget season, I wanted to give you guys an update. So when was budget season? April-ish? Right, spring. We were all taken back by the 3% raise, blanketed raise by our town manager. And we all thought that it would be a great idea to get a performance management process in place for administration staff. So we're working with the town manager, and what he had in play wasn't exactly a performance management system. And so I gave him some suggestions of other municipalities. And, as this governing body that we are up here of approving any compensation that increases requested by the town manager, the council needs, we need a professionally recognized and consistent applied framework so we can determine if that raise is sound. And that happens throughout America everywhere. It should give employees goals, and when they attain those goals, they get more money or they get a promotion. So I know I spoke to President Verducci that we may need to sit with the town manager and assistant town manager and HR to discuss, because this is something different that municipalities don't usually have, although I gave some really good examples from 2 other municipalities in the country that were similar to ours. So just really quickly, what was already instated was basically just an overview of the person himself. It didn't have any goals. It didn't have any connection between the performance and the compensation. A scoring system is needed. The lack of rating or definitions and measurements it didn't have. Let's see, there was several other things. It really needs to be professionally run by HR. And no year-long performance framework. He has to sit with his directors, and his directors should be sitting with their teams and have checkpoints and just check in and, hey, how you doing? Maybe there's some educational opportunities you want to do. Are you meeting these goals that we set at the beginning of the year? So this is all going to go in process. I know that the town manager started integrating these procedures within what you have, correct?
I took the document that you gave me and I made it ours, so I'll do it.
Awesome.
I'll use that for this year.
Yeah. So I'm happy with that, and I think we should sit down and have a quick training maybe just so we could talk. I know that you have had a lot of experience in your work with DOT, and I have in the corporate world. So maybe we could just sit and talk about it, and then you're going to have to train your directors on how to do it as well.
We can have that discussion. It's just different because the people under the directors are union members, so they get a flat raise no matter what.
Oh, I
the
didn't.
rating is.
This is just non-union. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
so we can,
cool.
We can discuss that, sure.
Does anyone have any questions? I just wanted to follow up so the public knows what we've, been doing in the background. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. The next item we have here is also in form of follow-up. Last year at this time, we had some concerns going into the winter season. We almost got hit with the storm tonight, which I think would have been very appropriate for this discussion. As people out there look at us and as we take votes on these things, you can obviously see that one of our front-facing departments is DPW. We do spend recently some good amounts of money replacing fleets and doing some other things like that. So I thought this would be a good opportunity to kind of just have a quick public refresher on what's coming up for the winter, what's the plan. It should be mostly positive, I'm hoping, even though I had some people reach out to me that didn't want me to do this tonight, not from the town side, but other folks reaching out who thought it was a gotcha moment, but I just wanted to let you know that's not what's going on here. I think it's a good moment for us to say, hey, look, last year, look at where we were. We've added some vehicles, we've added some personnel. Things are a little bit different this year. So that's what tonight's all about. It won't be an exhaustive thing. We added a couple of items in here just to keep the discussion on track a little. Obviously, there's some budget elements, but this isn't just strictly a budgetary discussion. If you all remember going back last year, there was a day or two where I think we were down multiple trucks and, everybody just said, wait, what's the plan? What the hell's going on here? Why isn't anybody paying attention? So here's a moment for us to show you we are paying attention. So just a quick update from Director McGee. Thank you very much, Director.
Good evening. I'd like to just make one comment on something that was said earlier in the meeting, is that DPW spends all their money first thing out of the box. Well, when our budget begins July 1, the time frame for us to do construction work is the summer and the fall for the most part. So yes, we do spend more money at that time because that's when we go out and get the projects done. Wintertime is slower. Springtime, we're just trying to maintain finishing up what the winter left us. So yes, but it is gauged, and we have a big push in the summertime and the fall. So yes, you might see expenditures being more than what they normally are, because that's when the time frame that we have to do our work. I'm trying to try to go down this list as was requested by the town manager, the state of the fleet. Right now, our fleet consists of dump trucks, trailers, sanitation trucks, service vehicles, and equipment. Just to give an idea of the range that we have right now of vehicles, we have 12 vehicles that are between 20 and 40 years old. We have 23 vehicles that are 11 to 20 years old, and 54 vehicles from 0 to 10 years old. We've made a great push within the last 4 years to start upgrading our fleet. We're nowhere near there. When I took over 12 years ago, we had 95% of our fleet was 20 to 25 years old, and we were working with stuff like couldn't even have floorboards in the trucks that are rotted through. We are making the changes now, and we are upgrading. We have basically just 5 vehicles that I think right now are in our budget is going to be critical. One is our air compressor, which is 40 years old. We can't even depend on it. We have to rent one when we need it. We have one roll-off truck that's 21 years old that is running every day because now we're running the boxes from the transfer station for the compactors, and we're doing the open boxes from the transfer station both. So we're running 2 trucks a day, and one of those trucks is 21 years old. And we also have 3 6-wheel dump trucks, the frontline trucks that are 20, 22, and 25 years old that need to be replaced. So I'm not saying we need to do them all at once, but I'll be coming to you in this budget. We obtained another DARA grant from the state, which is good for cab and chassis. And they're going to be giving us $55,000 towards it. So I will put into the budget for a truck, and that will take care of one of these. But we need to start working on these as we have been, and I commend the council for the work they've done so far in bringing us up to speed. Currently, we have 4 trucks down right now as of today's storm. 2 are out being fixed. Kingpins are being done. 1 truck is in our garage, and the second one is just coming back online. So hopefully we'll have that back for tomorrow.
4 out of how many?
4
4 out of how many trucks?
out of 26 trucks.
Thank you.
The next item was the budget. The budget, I think you may have already received, that was presented by the town treasurer through November 30th is slightly skewed as it includes a budget overage in the pavement line item. This line does not reflect the request for reimbursement from the state for the roadway funds, which we've submitted to the state. So we are $260,000 over budget in the road paving, and we have applied for our total allotment of $256,000 from the state, and I'm hoping to get our RIDOT signature on that very soon. That's total. We'll adjust our percentage for funds available from 53.73% to 56.5%. The funds at this point, we should have 56.69% of our budget available. So we are only off by 1.19%, which equals out to about $107,441 at this point after 5 months. And I have no doubt at all that we are going to stay in line. And as, again, something that was said in the 12 years that I've been here, our overall budget, we've never been over budget when we come to the end. We may have line items, we may have divisions that may be over, but total budget, we've always been under budget. Personnel. Currently, we have 13 driver laborers, 9 operator laborers, with 1 opening at this time, 11 driver collectors, 6 vehicle maintenance, 8 facilities maintenance, and 8 office and foremen. Currently, we are almost at full staff, and we have been able to accomplish all the tasks that we had put on our board for this year to get accomplished. We got them accomplished because you folks gave us the additional help, and that help continued to do the service that we needed to do, that we do with street sweeping, catch basin cleaning, pothole repairs, and also getting out there and doing projects like drainage projects that we've done throughout the town, and also the paving. I presented to the town manager also a list of our public works vehicles and a list by vehicle, by VIN number, the ages from 1986 air compressor all the way down to our newest vehicle. The salt and sand supply that was requested, we currently have a full salt barn that we held over from last year. We got 750 tons in that barn. We use on the average about 2,500 tons during the season. We have budgeted 200,000, and that budget is through the state MPA 125 in the amount of 76.45 per ton delivered. The vendors, our disappointment, we had vendors that came to the town and said, yes, we will provide you with the 2 trucks that you're looking for the Western Coventry. Then he went and sold his company. And then the people that were going to take it said, yes, we'll do it. And then 2 days before Thanksgiving, they came to me and said, no, we're not interested in doing it. So we're at the end here, going into the season without those 2 trucks. So we've reallocated, reshuffled our trucks so that we are covering them. But obviously, some of our reserve trucks now are frontline trucks. Town, we will re-advertise one more time. We paid the same rate the state was offering, so there's no competition where we're asking for less money, paying less money. We're doing paying the same without a lot of the BS that some of the state requirements are. but we still have to get people to put the names in and have the vehicles to do it. And it's not people with pickup trucks. I need people with six-wheeler trucks that with Sanders and plows that do this.
Councilwoman Capaldi?
Yes, ma'am.
Could we pay a little bit more to get these 2 trucks?
Can you? You only gave me so much money.
Have you conversed with him?
No, I did not.
Maybe we
We
should
have-
consider
I'm trying to
that.
I'm trying to work within the budget that was given to me by the council. And
What were you paying them? What's the state paying them?
I don't have it in front of me. It's basically like $176 an hour.
Can we look into this to see if we can give them like $25 more? I don't know. I just know that we were in a lot of heck because of no trucks last year.
Correct.
Yeah, what we're trying to get to here tonight is, maybe we were there last year because we had those trucks and no backup vendors. So it sounds like maybe this year we've got some trucks. We'd really tried for the backup vendors.
We don't have backup vendors again.
We're still
Right, but
working
we've
on it.
got,
I'm not throwing it out the window. We're not there yet, but I'm reaching out now to some,
When do you think you'll be there? So we may have to come up with a contingency plan. I don't know.
I try not to have to come to you for things that I don't know the facts for yet. So until I know exactly if I can find people and if I can get them here, then I'll come back to you and say, hey, listen, I need X more dollars. But even that is a number that's in this pie in the sky number, because we budget the number based on X amount of storms for a duration of time, and we don't know if we're going to get double that
Or none of it.
storms. So
Right.
I could be asking you for $10,000 more, and it could be costing us $20,000 more.
and what other vendors may have is a deal where they get a minimum payment regardless of whether it snows or not, where they maybe rather take that than a hope from us. So there's a couple of different elements. But to answer your
Is that-
question, we can always, as a body, approve
Right.
something like that.
Is that the way that the plan now, or what the state does? So are they like on call and get paid whether it snows or?
No, that's
Okay.
not the way that works. Right now, they are on call as far as when a storm happens. They are automatically called for the storm, and they stay for the duration of the storm. And those are the hours that they're paid for. And they're going out with the same, anytime our trucks go out, they're going out. So that's basically how it goes.
The 4 people
What
that,
the president referring to is some shopping malls and whatnot. They'll get a guaranteed price whether it snows or not, and that's what they're going to take care of. It's cost them $200,000 for the season, and they're going to do it whether it costs them 400 or it costs them 100,000. I've done it. I know. So
All right. Oh, did you have something? Good. Okay.
And-
Back to you, Director.
And the last item on the list that the town manager had given me was the maintenance plan for breakdowns and reserve equipment. Well, it's kind of hard to plan on maintenance plan for breakdowns, so our plan is if it breaks, we fix it. And all we do right now is that the town has on-hand parts that we use regularly with our trucks. We try to have the same type of trucks when we go out to bid. Right now, we're Freightliners, so we're getting them all, so we have the same kind of parts, so they're interchangeable. So we have those parts, the alternators, the brakes, the lights, and the town has on hand extra steel cutting edges for the plows. So those are the things that we have for maintenance. Our reserve fleet, once these 4 trucks are back up, we'll have 3 6-wheel dump trucks, 3 1-ton dump trucks, 2 pickup trucks, and 1 6 cubic yard steel sander. Those are our spares we have right now.
And I think one of the reasons for this question is due to, the different trucks we started getting and buying and the increase in I know we were behind on some, but eventually we would expect to see maintenance
Correct. And we're
start to
doing
go
that.
down.
We've gone through, we've expended a lot of money in our trucks this year because we've gone through them from tooth to nail and getting them all up to speed where they're supposed to be. And so we spent more money than I like to have thought, but we spent less money on sanitation so far this year to date. So it all balances when we look at the end.
Thank you very much, Director. Did anyone have
Any other
anything?
questions?
Councilman Hull?
I have some notes. I'll make it quick. Thank you for clarifying the overage in regards to the street paving. Because when we got the report, I didn't see that. And I looked, it was $267,000 in the negative. Even with the grant coming back from DOT, we're still running over budget, about
Like-
$10,000. Are there any projects left that are outstanding that we haven't completed yet?
Lately, we've done
That's
everything.
done all through fiscal
And
season.
what happens, there's a few of those projects. One was in your area that we had done a drainage project several years ago that wasn't on the list, Sharp Street.
Yep.
So we went and paid Sharp Street to get it done. So that money is what some of the money you're seeing here, showing up, even though it wasn't part of the state reimbursement.
Okay. Repairs, streets, sidewalks, we're over budget by 19,000. I don't want to beat you up on here, but really what I'm seeing, and I know that your department's probably the most difficult to budget just because you don't know what's going to break. And we have a lot of trucks, but one of the key things I keep getting is just the over budgeting of DPW, the overspending of DPW. You know, we have overspending in key areas. You explained some of it. We're very early in the fiscal year. We only have 17% of your budgeted overtime allowance left, and we haven't even hit winter. We have only 20% left of budget for road repairs. I'm sorry, for truck repairs left. Is
Yeah,
that
that's-
accurate?
Those are looking at numbers that, again, like I told you, we're spending more money on truck repairs for this year, but less on others. The overall budget for the department as a whole is only 1.19% over.
I think the thing that, and that's good. The thing that frustrates me about that explanation is the accounting practice of moving line items because I didn't spend line item A, I'm going to now spend it on C, to me drives me crazy, because if you didn't need line A, then we should just cut it out of the budget. We can put it towards some of our deficits.
We don't know that, sir.
But what you're saying to me is you're over on some and under on some. And earlier,
At today.
but earlier you stated that if you don't spend in a particular category, you'll move it to cover an additional category, right? That's their standard accounting practices, correct? No, didn't you say that? If you're not spending all the money in category A, we're going to call it.
When we look at the individual line items, you're going to find line items sometimes that may be over and other line items that may be less. We're not moving money.
So the end result is still that
Wow.
1%. But what I'm talking about is the reason for line items is to control line item spending.
Correct.
So if individual line items are up, those are the things I'd like to try to figure out, like what's happening there.
And that's some of the things that we actually make notes on and look at for budget periods, so we know what's happening. What are the additional costs that are being added to us that we don't know? Tariffs. We're getting charged $100 to $200 per order for parts because it's marked right on the invoices, tariffs. Did I plan on that? Hell no.
I think one of the issues here is it's almost so many line items that, on one hand, it'd be better off if we booked everything under winter ops or something like that, then you wouldn't see the individual line item. So it's a kind of a give and take between explaining everything or rolling it up. So just a comment. Did you have something, Councilman Pasqua?
I did. I was just actually going to suggest pretty much the same thing, maybe just simplification of it. Because overall, and I see Director Savetti up here, and this is a good time to ask. I mean, have we been over budget on DPW in the past few years? I don't think we have, but I'd just like clarification on it. And DPW right now is the last thing that I want to pick at with money and everything. We've had so much issues with trash collection and road clearing. I mean, if you guys need more money, let us know. Like, what do you need to be successful? We want that to work.
I will do that in the budget process, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
We may not have overspent, but the budget has increased every year, correct?
If we add on more items,
Like what you're coming before the council year after year, your budget has increased, correct? You haven't overspent it. I just want to make that fair. You're spending more and more money every year, even though you're not going over, we're giving you more.
correct.
Okay.
What you give me, I'm not spending over. We request maybe more because we are doing more, or the labor costs are higher, or again, this is.
I understand.
most
My
budgets are
thing with this department, my frustration with the department is we just spent $160,000 on an undercarriage washer, and I would have rather given you 3 trucks, which are the forward servicing.
You wouldn't give me 2 trucks.
I can give you a couple of pickup trucks to pick up some leaves.
$160,000 that you spend for the truck wash is going to save us on a dozen trucks down the road. We're looking ahead. I know what's already been happening, and those trucks are getting eaten alive. That truck wash is going to save money in the long run.
Our ROI on that truck wash, none of us will be here by the time we see our money
I
back.
can't
on
look
that.
at it like that. So.
Councilman Pasqua.
Just to add another point, and I don't think any of us were up here for this. I think I was the only one. A couple of years ago, we looked at privatizing trash collection. And one of the gripes was because we couldn't get the trash picked up. The trucks are falling apart because previous councils never invested in DPW, and they were supposed to. They bought a bunch of brand new trucks. They were all the same age, and they all rotted out at the same time, literally dropping trash in the street. And so we had to deal with that. And one of the options on the table was, let's look at privatization. We had one company that gave us a bid, and it would have cost us multi-millions of dollars more to allow a private company to pick up our trash, and there was no guarantee to better service. So at the time, the council that was here made the decision to start increasing our funding each year to really actually invest in our own DPW. So yes, you are 100% correct that the DPW budget has increased. That is purposeful because it has not increased properly over the last 10 years in order to keep up with the increasing demand of increasing population, increasing traffic, increasing trash. And now we're actually funding it the right way. It should keep going up, and it should go up next year, and it should go up the year after.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Vice President Brown, you good?
Mine's more of a comment. The majority of emails I get are DPW related. I submit them. You're right on them, Kev. So you and your staff do a great job. I know what they do during the winter. I know what they do all year round. I'm out riding around. I see it. So you have a big lift in this town. It's what the public sees every day. And I know what it's like to have a fleet of vehicles and they break down and what it costs for pots nowadays and to get them in and the lead time on them is unbelievable. So I think you guys are doing a tremendous job with what you have and the age of the equipment and keeping it on the road. So thank you for what you and your staff do. And please pass that along to them that we appreciate them and what they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
And then we just hope there's no snow, and then we can reinvest. So
Wanting to make sure that the roads are not slippery, so.
yeah. So thank you for all that. I think that's important. I mean, even just hearing some of the magnitudes of these things, 2,500 tons of salt is hard for people to imagine. So, this is what the whole purpose of this was, just kind of re-level set. Obviously, it's front facing. We spent a good amount of money. So this is exactly what I wanted to get out of tonight. I really appreciate
I
it.
understand Councilman Hu's concerns. And
Again, yeah, and I'm not bashing you guys. Like I get what you do. It's just it's the largest department. We spend the most money. We should be the most critical on it. We should ensure the money we're spending is done right. I didn't want the car wash. I would have rather given you equipment. I don't agree with how the money's spending, but I'm not knocking your employees or your efforts.
I welcome you to come down and to visit us anytime.
Thank you.
Any of you. Thank you. Thank you. Anything else? Thank you.
I think we're good. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Stay safe out there. All right. Moving along, next item on the agenda, we have another report. This is from our Coventry Redevelopment Agency. Mr. Brennan was good enough to come on in tonight to give us an update. Not sure if he has anybody else with him, but appreciate it. And please go ahead.
It's just me. Everybody else is afraid. No, seriously. Okay. I know communication has been an issue ongoing. That was a slip on our part. We missed a section in there for monthly updates. That's been corrected. You should have received your second one on Friday. We'll continue to be doing that. You can expect those at the end of the month. Some will be longer, some will be shorter. Try to make a synopsis. Anybody is free to contact me as far as any questions about anything that I put on there. Okay, as far as where we actually are, as far as the project status. Okay, the first thing is we are governed very strictly by Rhode Island state law. Okay, it's Title 45, chapters 31 to 33, and that sets out what we have to do in the order that we have to do it. Okay, don't have a lot of leeway with that. And I'm not going to go into details of the state law. I think everybody is aware of those chapters. We broke it down into two basic parts based on what the requirements are. First is the determination of the study area. That is what's been going on since last February, I think it was. Don't get me on the dates. That process, the final step of that process, as far as what we can do so far, was the public hearing or the public meeting. And that's to determine what we have to work with. Okay, so that's looking at all the abutters, that's looking at anybody that's going to be an interested party. We're trying to set up a meeting with Patuxent River Authority, for example. We have a meeting coming up with Department of Environmental Management. There are things that we have to get into place that we are currently working on. Right now, the boundary area is defined as far as what we have. What we need to do now is we need to align that with the town's comprehensive plan, and that's where we're kind of held up at this point in time with that aspect of it. That's being worked on. We're working with the Planning Commission. We'll get there. All of the information that we've gotten as far as the boundary area, why we've done it and such, is being posted on the website. It's all there for anybody to see. We're trying to put as much information up there as we possibly can. But as you can imagine, there's a lot of information to have to sift through. And I think GZA has been doing a great job. We try to get this stuff out as fast as we can. What we're at now at the point of is the development of the plan itself. We know what we have to work with, okay, at current state. Okay, we're not ruling anything out because, who knows, somebody may donate 50 acres of waterfront property to us, and that changes the whole picture of everything. So I'm not counting on that. So what we're doing is we're trying to figure out what we can do with the least amount of impact, financial impact, and the quickest amount of access, okay? We've had a discussion on that. If you saw any of the meeting, I think Paul, you were on there. We pretty much have that ironed out as what we can try to do. It's try to get the stuff that we can do right away, try to get this, and then see what we can do later on. The one thing that we do have to do, because that's in the ordinance and in the resolution, is we need a boat ramp. That in itself is not as simple as having DPW come down with a couple of loads of concrete and put it in. We've got to get permitting for that. If we don't have to do a wetland survey on this, on any of these projects, I'm going to be shocked, because I have two daughters that were in that field, and everything that touched water or wetland had to be surveyed. So I'm sure we're going to have to do something along those lines. On the meeting on Thursday that we have with DEM, one of the things that we're going to be talking about is who do we need to contact as far as who do we need to talk to as far as what the DEM's regulations and permitting are. Okay, one of the members on the agency has volunteered to take that ball and run with it. So we're good that way. We will get that information. That all has to be included in the plan. What we're looking at, like I said, is multiple stage. First couple of things that we're looking at would be handboat access. You don't need a lot of permitting on that. It's basically access to the water, so you can put a canoe or a kayak or a stand-up paddleboard, anything along those lines. I think we can do that very quickly, probably with in-town resources. The second thing is the boat ramp. That's going to be a little bit more complicated. What are the requirements? We have to be in compliance. Move on from there. We have others, what should be simple things. People have asked for hiking, walking trails. We'll be looking at that. There's already stuff in there for that. Connects to the bike path, and we'll go on from there. What we have to really work with, based on what the town has, is the dam itself, okay? We have the property behind DPW, which goes from pretty much where the library bike path intersects the main bike path down to the impoundment itself, to the dam itself. That's a good sized piece of property, and I think there's things that we can do with that. Primarily probably a boat ramp in that particular area, because that has access to town property for parking.
Can I ask you a question? About a year ago, we already determined all these places and talked about them. Shouldn't the RDA already be saying this is what we can do and we're moving forward on this day to start doing stuff? That was the meeting that I watched. And when I heard you guys talking about this, I was so discouraged, and I'm like, wait a minute. I felt like I was I was going back in time, because it was the same conversation that we all had up here with, I believe, was GZA I think GZA was on the on Zoom, and we talked about this. We already identified these places. So what is different between then and now? Nothing. You guys are still in that same spot. And I believe that's what Brittany Boyer brought up in her speech.
Okay, the difference is that we also had to look at any other possibility that was out there. Okay, and that's what takes the time. You're talking parcel by parcel around the pond, access points, road access, various other things. We eliminated the area off of Vine Street because number one, it's very shallow, it's very muddy in there. Number two, there's no way you're going to have people parking down in there. It's a small, narrow roads. I mean, it was identifying every piece of property that was there, who owns what, and what else we could do. This is what we have, okay? That was the first part of the plan, coming up with what we have to work with. And that had to be solid. Now we're going to do what can we do with what we have? So yes, we took a damn interview right after the repairs were made to look at it. I've walked down there, I've walked down Sherman, I've walked down the areas around the Zeke's Bridge area. You know, we've all checked those places out. We've all looked at them. We all have ideas of what may or may not be able to go in there. However, it has to be done with environmental sensitivity. We have to have an understanding of the impact. You can't just say, okay, we got this area. We can put a beach here. Why not? Well, that may not be the best solution for it. Case in point, I was looking at access to the island that's in the middle of the dam. Okay. And I'm thinking that would be a great place for a fishing pier. Okay. Problem with that is if you look, there's all those little white mooring balls that are out there. That becomes a swimming place. So you don't want people tossing fish hooks out where people are going to be swimming. Okay. There's all of that has to be gone through. My big thing is the permitting that we're going to need to be able to do it. You know, can I put in a handboat ramp, say at Sherman? Okay. That accesses the water. Okay. We've also been told that off that was a glass dump. Okay. That's got to be checked out before we can do anything else. There's details.
They just dump broken glass into the, what's the
That's
glass?
evidently been a fairly common thing in the town's history off of Hoventown Road, the development that they were putting up there near the gravel pit. Okay, they went down and did test drillings on it and came up with nothing but glass. Okay. Walk behind the RAS building on the bike trail. There's nothing but glass back there. Okay. So we have to find out what's there before we can just say, oh yeah, we'll just throw that in.
So have you identified the places that are workable?
We've identified 3 possible places. That's the dam, the area behind the town DPW, and the Sherman area. Those are the ones that we're going to concentrate on. We're not doing Vine Street. We are going to put Zeke's Bridge on the back burner. Number one, it's not town property, it's state property. Number two, it accesses the small part of the pond, so it's not full public access to the pond. Things may change on that, and there may be other things that can happen. That's not determined, but I don't want to spend time on that when we could be spending time on other things.
So I'm going back to what you were talking about. I remember that meeting, and 2 things that came out of that was short term and long term.
I think short term was putting signs up. That never happened.
Like, I don't know. I know some of it's happened,
I
but
think Brittany was in that meeting.
that's where I remember that going into where it was, places that are public access now should be up and ready to handle public access, but separate and apart from what's needed to satisfy, the other part. So can you give us a sense of where we are with that?
So if I can just interject 1 second. So the short term was to remove all the private property signs along the back of DPW, which we did, and we put a bench there and a trash receptacle. So that was like step 1. So that's been done. So
Okay.
that people are using back there what Mr. Brennan is talking about.
Thank you.
I have a question. Was there a time frame according to the court order of when we have to do this? No? Okay, thank you.
Okay, there is a time frame on what the project is and where we are, that's up on the website. I don't have that in front of me now.
Mr. Igliosi, I think I asked you twice now, for information on the RDA. And I reminded you on Friday, you said you were gonna have it before this meeting and we never got it.
The information that I was going to provide to you is in executive session what the council activity could be. I understood there was issues the council had that they wanted addressed.
Asked for the information so we could prepare. I have no information on it. So you're just gonna talk about it in Exactly
right.
I did not know that. I don't think you told us. I'm sorry, continue.
I mean, that's essentially it. The information is up on the website. We are not sitting around twiddling our thumbs. Some of this is constrained because of Open Meeting Act types of regulations, which I'm sure you are all familiar with when you try to get something done. This is alien to me. I'm used to getting everybody on the phone and, you know, we sit down, we figure something out and go forward, but we can't do that. Okay, so that in itself puts a drag on everything. Not one I can really help.
Yeah, I think it's important for us to realize with this one just how much the comprehensive plan development comes into this. We had Doug here, I think it was the last meeting, but you know, I wasn't getting the impression that we can do much until that's done.
We can't approve the redevelopment area until that's done. We can't approve the entire plan until it's in compliance. It has to be in compliance.
So we have to be in compliance. So just for everyone here and watching, that plan could, I believe, take another 6 months before he plans on submitting it, something like that. So that's something that
We're going to do the shortened version. So basically approve of the plan and then add that housing part in 6 to 7 months. So they're working on the plan right now. I've asked Mr. Brennan to have GZA reach out to Doug to insert what they need for their RDA plan into the current comp plan so it can go to the local comp board, then planning, and then come in front of this council hopefully by February. So that portion will be approved. We'll have an active comp plan, and then he's looking forward to amending it in 6 months once the housing piece is in place.
so we have a timeline to get that in front of this group, and then it can go as a draft to statewide planning.
Yes. Well, statewide planning is already approved that they're not happy with the housing section of it. So we can get our local approval done, and then we can always add the housing piece, like Doug says, 6 to 8 months from now.
Anybody over here? I see a hand. Good. Oh, that's 3. Okay, I'll start at the end. Councilman Pasqua.
Mr. Brennan, thank you for coming tonight before the council with an update. Appreciate it. And I appreciated your update via email the other day. So just a couple of follow-up questions with this. First one to do with the reservoir, then the other two not. The first one, I did see in your email to us that you were engaging with DEM and you were talking about different management priorities of DEM and so on and so forth. Can you just clarify the role you think the RDA will have in management of the reservoir? Because the way I understood it, the RDA is just tasked with redevelopment of it and not so much management, which falls on the town council.
Right. So that would involve working, you know, with DPW, obviously for any construction type needs, and definitely with Parks and Recreation. I mean, they're the ones that do that. So yeah, we will be working with them, contacting them and getting them on board with what their needs are, and as much input as we can get. You know, there's a lot of phone calls that go out in the back of all of this. I was on one just this morning, and we have another one on Thursday. We're putting it together as quickly as we can, but we need information to be able to put it into a plan and then go forward. We have coming up, we have the second public hearing. We're looking to do that at the end of January. In fact, I talked to the town manager today, or I emailed the town manager concerning possible sites where we can hold that. We're based on the last one, we're figuring probably 150 people capacity type of thing. And that's where we would be
Councilman Capaldi wants to make sure it's on Zoom.
This needs to be on Zoom.
Yeah.
Now, if it's not, that's it.
The
And,
reason it wasn't the
and
last time was that it was kind of an emergency and that was not within our control. We had to switch that meeting and you would not believe what Harry had to go through in order to get that meeting set up again. GZA doesn't just come down here with 5 people and set up a meeting.
also, how are you,
but
how are you going to, make sure that you're using other means to advertise this, not just your website? Because I'm sure there's thousands of people that live here that don't know about the website. I know that you used a pond email list. We have to also invite people that are not on the pond to this meeting, because I was at that meeting and it was kind of harsh. I'm telling you, JP was at that meeting and Brittany was at that meeting. We need to get non-pond people there too.
Yeah, if you could go over, I know you've mentioned it before in other places, kind of where you're stuck with that, because essentially they've got certain lists that they get, and they're naturally going to be people who live there. How do we get other stakeholders? I know you've got on your website now, you've got a way to sign up, but this is actually a
We could also do, you could have to take an ad out with a reminder. I mean, that's kind of funny, but maybe talk to John Parenti, get it on the news here. And I know we did a mailer, but I don't know how much that I designed the actual postcard that went out to every single person that lived in this town to get some information out. So there are ways to get to people. You just have to find it and pay for it.
Okay. And again, what do you want to pay for your return? We had this conversations in our call with GZA this morning. They recently did mailing to 5,000 residents in the Providence area. Okay. That mailing was $5,000. We're sending them out to 38,000.
But we may be able to do it. If they're designing and they're using their mail house, there's other ways you can go about it. Town manager, do you remember how much, we had a huge 8.5 by 11 postcard that went out to everyone. That was a pretty big size. We don't need that, but
Was that, I didn't think it was that big, but I think it was like $10,000.
okay, because it was huge and it went to everyone. Maybe we could do it to everyone, smaller size, $5,000, but we can check into that. There are ways to do
It's
it.
something that we are definitely checking into is how to get that out. Again, in the conversation this morning,
Don't have GZA do it because they're a third party. We could do it internally.
Can I just save us $10,000 and use the robocall system?
Oh, yeah.
You can't?
That.
no,
I don't know if we can use Code Red for that purpose.
Who drafted that rule?
Brown EMA.
Councilman Pasqua?
Yeah, I just want to finish the couple questions that I had. In addition, you could just throw something on the tax bill. Everybody gets one.
True.
It's really simple. So the RDA doesn't just solely exist for Johnson's Pond.
Exactly.
And so do you have anything upcoming on your docket, any other areas like the old Almax parking lot area or something?
You're
gonna be
talking
looking
about areas that when I was first approached to come on to the RDA, that's what we were talking about. Right now, no. The oxygen in the room is quite sucked up.
Yeah.
I would be thrilled to get this behind us and start working on something like the Almax Plaza,
Yeah.
things along those lines. I would be absolutely thrilled.
Yeah.
This is not what I signed up for. I did not sign up to be chair either.
Here you are.
But here I am, and so we'll do the best I can.
Yep.
You know.
Appreciate it. And then last question.
Mhm.
Is there any thought in the RDA's judgment right now on continuing with or changing legal counsel? This
At
is
this
my
mo-
understanding you still have Steve Angel.
We do. At the moment, I don't have any issues on there, mostly because I have not found any fault with any of the constrictions in the contract that we have.
We're going to talk to our solicitor about that.
You can, however, the contract is not with the town. The contract is with the redevelopment.
Just watch out for saying too many things that are executive session related. Thank you on that.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Did you have a hand,
Just to
Councilman?
speak to that a little bit further.
Yes.
Okay. The the contract that, letter of engagement, thank you. The letter of engagement that we had and the conditions on the invoices is almost word for word what the town had. I had the basic differences are town was replaced with agency. Okay. I have not found it onerous to be able to go review the unredacted invoices. I can do that. I call up Steve Angel. I offer to go down to the office. He says, no, I don't want you parking here. We'll meet someplace else. It's not been an issue. And I've seen nothing in there that would cause me concern. So I have no real reason at this point to change counsel. I do have reason to keep counsel because he was involved very intimately in this whole process. And I don't want to lose that knowledge base.
Councilman Hu?
Yeah. So you're currently, RDA doesn't have a signed letter of engagement with Stephen Angel. Maybe you weren't here when the council got rid of him, or maybe you didn't see all of the issues that we had townwide. But you just you just mentioned again that he is not providing you with invoices. You would have to meet up with him. I find it concerning that maybe every agency within Coventry, except for the RDA, didn't want Stephen Angel. And I'm gonna bring this back. And Mr. Solicitor, stop me if I get off track here. But 2 quick points, if I may. I would encourage RDA to not only be solely focused on Johnson's Pond for the next 3 years. You just stated that the energy is sucked up with Johnson's Pond. Well, maybe the RDA needs to multitask because we have other development in areas like you just mentioned that I think would be useful for RDA to look into. And it's frustrating to me, you know, I don't know how to politely say this, but when I ran on a campaign of removing the previous solicitor, and the first email that I received in regards to that gentleman was by you. And this is going to be public knowledge. Anyone can do an opera request from my emails. But you were trying to find out how I eliminated Stephen Angel and Hillary Lima without violating OMA. And I'll tell you, let me finish my thought if I may. Since that was our first interaction, I'm a little hesitant in having open dialogue because it seems like we're on two different ends of the spectrum here. But I'm more concerned that we have an agency in town that is taking legal advice without a signed letter of engagement because none of our administration has been able to provide us with that, including the chairman of the RDA. So I'm confused on how we as a town or any body within the town that has decision-making powers for the town has engaged with a solicitor without a contract.
Before I just have to add on to this really quick. I'm sorry. You also emailed me that same email.
Emailed everybody.
Oh, did you? I thought it was 3 of us. There was one other
This is
person.
what was on the council at the time.
This was
I
a couple
lost
of
count.
it was a couple of weeks ago. I agree 100% with Councilman Hool decision for the people and for this town moving forward. I feel it's a conflict of interest to have somebody that we expressed and he resigned still working in the town. It's kind of like saying I was laid off from my job in marketing at Hasbro, but I still can stay on in sales. Or I was fired from a job in Hasbro for things that didn't look optically too correct, but I get a job right in the next department. I do feel very uncomfortable about this. And I'm not speaking on behalf of my fellow council members, but I know that residents feel this way. We hear it all the time. And I think we need to look into this.
The only thing I can answer to that or speak to that on is that I have heard a lot of accusations and allegations. Okay. I'm all for you doing a forensic audit. Okay. And if the results show that there is wrongdoing, then that paints a whole different picture. But as of right now, I'm not convicting somebody on hearsay. And that's what it is at this point in time, in my humble opinion.
I think him removing invoices from the town and giving us unredacted invoices that he redacted isn't hearsay. We have that. Hearsay is like third
But
party.
that is part of the contract that was voted on by two different councils unanimously twice. Okay,
We just got to stop.
Anyway. Something that is usually, I'm going to conclude with something that is usually kind of, unless there's more questions, interesting to people is what our current expenditures are. Okay. Our budget that we have to work with was $455,000. Our expenditures to date are $81,535.27, giving us a current balance of $373,464.73. Of this, for our contract with GZA, they contracted for a total amount of $132,605. Current expenditures are $75,482.77, leaving a balance with them of $57,122.23. That does not include the amount of free stuff that they have done for us, that they have not billed us for. Again, that was a topic of conversation. They have been waiving some of the extras that we have asked.
Thank you for that update. One sec while we're on that topic. Is there anything else encumbered under that line item or pending under the 455K or just GZA bills?
That's also our legals.
Yeah, I think just GZA's contract and whatever was paid to the solicitor on that one bill.
There wasn't something dam or anything else in there? Or is that outstanding to GZA but outside of RDA? Was it like a dam Okay.
Just prior to.
That's outside of this.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for that.
Legal expenses to date are $6,052.50. One other comment about the redacted versus unredacted. I mean, I don't mind going down and meeting them and seeing them. I'm the one that has to sign off, and as chairman, I'm the one that has to sign off on them. What I do want to know, or what I don't want, is I don't want something that could potentially come down in a lawsuit against us that is a public document, which is what the redactions are for. And that's what my understanding is what their intent is to protect, the
That's
town.
the same thing he told us.
In Cranston.
Mm-hmm. Okay. If we receive unredacted invoices through the town mail system, and please correct me if I'm wrong, okay, that is now a public document, and all that information is available to anybody that puts an APRA request.
If it has sensitive information, it would be redacted at that time.
No one should be putting that type of sensitive information on the invoices.
Then there should be no objection to the redactions, would be my answer to that. If it shouldn't be there,
All of those invoices are supposed to be stayed in this building in a vault. And they're not.
correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Igliozzi, correct me if I'm wrong. If something is sent through the town email, is that not part of the town records and subject to APRA?
It's subject to open records, but open records has exemptions and confidentiality provisions. You'd have to raise those provisions, and if you're successful on those provisions, then it doesn't go to the public.
But again,
I don't want to debate that issue.
no, I don't want to debate it either. It's just, this is my understanding of it, why I don't have a problem with it.
And this is actually why we wanted you here, so we could communicate and be on the same page. So we have some information that, we've probably discussed in executive session more than you. So I understand your point of view, and you guys have your own separate letter. You've stated everything, I think, openly and honestly. We may disagree, But I don't think, you know, we're going to get anywhere with this topic. I think some people here feel a certain way, you know, and a lot of this is still open to discussion. So, you know, thank you for at least being clear about it, telling us your side. I understand.
And should situations change, that
Yeah.
changes the whole picture of it. But as of right now, I have no cause.
And that is a matter for us to discuss later on the agenda and in executive session. So anything else from the council on more RDA type things?
Just thanks for the clarity on the budget.
Okay.
Yeah, appreciate that. And again, thank you for the, you know, open communication. You know, we can do this more. We can have you on the agenda, you know, every other meeting, whatever we want to work out, you know, keep you coming in.
Hit me
But
again.
yeah, hopefully you can bring some others with you next time.
I think the goal is ultimately is
that's
to be
fine.
collaborative.
Exactly.
If, you know, we don't agree on, we can clearly see we don't agree on the legal standpoints and some of the ways that it's happening, but ultimately, you know, I want, if you're successful, we all are winning.
Absolutely.
So I'm advocating, I'm frustrated with your process. I'm frustrated with a couple of things, but I'm advocating for your success because with RDA success, we all win.
And to be
So I'd
perfectly
like
honest
to
with you,
keep having opening dialogues. I'd like
there
to
are
see
many
them
things in this
exchange.
process that aggravate me.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm not talking about this type of communication.
Yeah.
It's a hard process. It's not simple. Okay. And there's a lot of stuff that as a private individual, I would just go out and do, and I can't do that.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you. That's why they pay you the big bucks on the RDA. I don't know if I look at anything. Yeah. All right. Back on the agenda, we are on item number 9. We have a few different resolutions here. First up, we have resolution 25-120. Mr. Solicitor, you want to catch us up on this one? I think we've seen something similar before.
The council originally approved a resolution subject to review and discussion and potential modification. While I was unable to gain an agreement with the receiver to my satisfaction, I did remove the town from the agreement and allow the tenant, Amoresco, to reach agreement with the receiver to allow the closing to proceed, which is to the town's benefit. The closing will proceed. The town didn't make any representations or any concessions or any financial obligations that I was willing to give at that time. So I removed us from the agreement, and they successfully completed that agreement. It's going to be approved by the court. The lease will go forward, and our concerns and questions about our differences with the receiver will go on our list of those items that he's seeking from the town in the form of concessions, and we'll continue to have that negotiation in a more comprehensive way.
This was
I
the
did-
fence issue?
Say again?
The fence issue?
Exactly. The fence, the wells, and our obligation to remove them and how much and when and I didn't want to get into it, but it was troubling for me to tie that in to a simple consent to allow the solar farm lease agreement to go forward.
So just to clarify, we will address that issue. We took ourselves and that issue off the table for now in order to allow the other two entities to close that portion to allow what to move forward.
Once the closing occurs, then the solar farm will be operational. The switch will be flicked, to use and the town will begin collecting a annual rental amount that that I wasn't part of, but I believe the manager negotiated for the next X amount of years. Does that make sense?
Well, it doesn't look like it from up here.
No, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right.
Nobody
Wait,
was
is that-
aware of what the consent agreement was. It was a consent agreement to allow them to go forward and have a closing.
If we move the fence,
No, that was the town's portion. The consent agreement it was a three-party agreement. the major portion of the consent agreement was between the solar farm, or Amoresco, and the receivership, who represented all the former Cambio CNE entities. That was the major part of it. The sticking point became when they found the fence and the wells, and they were trying to just require, I believe, onerous obligations on the town for a very minor point. I just wanted to put it aside for now, and we'll deal with it later, because dealing with it now would just inhibit the ability of getting that solar farm lease online.
Got it.
That was
Councilman,
the major thing that was
I
going.
don't understand, because the release of that obligation, what we had in our pocket was that the solar farm could not operate. So they were asking for a financial contribution that the solar farm was willing to take on.
And they did.
They're still taking that on, even though.
Exactly.
Okay, so what other issues do we still have outstanding that we're going to have to work through? The same exact fencing issues?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
That's one of 12 or 13 issues in that document that.
And you just kind of separated it so they could get their lease going. We can get the lights turned on, get the rental money coming in. Got it. Okay.
Councilman Wu?
This solves the easement issue.
No, the easement issue remains unsettled.
Which is what we need to settle in order to finish CNE, correct?
Yes, but
That
but that's that's a small item
Correct.
among.
But wasn't there going to be an easement that allowed for the parcels to sell? The sale of those parcels would allow the money to finish over the wetlands, right? Like, am I remembering all that correctly? So we're not
different
not
parcels.
there yet.
different.
That's the other side. That's the other part, other
That's a
side.
different piece.
Thank you.
I know we were really knee deep in this a couple meetings ago,
Yeah,
but
I think the complexity of the agreement
Yeah.
a few weeks ago has been lost on where we are now.
right,
It was much more complex than just a little piece that I pulled out of.
right. Okay. Any further questions on this one? Because we approved it based on something, or?
No, boy, it didn't matter.
Right.
As I told you it would be if they didn't give us what we want.
So what's in front of us now?
On the agenda as the-
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, I see. Gotcha. That was what was confusing me.
That if we got an agreement we could live up to, we would approve it.
All right, so
I
we
know
will
I'm-
strike
I
all
know
that from
I'm-
memory.
I'm kind of reminding
right.
you, but that's where we were.
All
I
right,
think every council people may recall, that's where we were clearly a week ago.
gotcha.
Exactly.
All right, then we'll just move on.
That's true. I couldn't agree with you more, Councilman.
All right, thank you very much, Solicitor. All right, moving on then. Resolution 25-122. This is to approve software service purchase. So this is a public safety issue. It looks like this is something for the computer-aided dispatch and records management system. You'll notice in the documents that some mention of the state police and different MPAs and contracts and things like that. But it looks like we have the chief here to give us the high-level overview of this. It looks like it's a 3-year deal, but please, thank you very much, Chief.
Okay, the resolution I have before you today is actually to sign an MOU with the State of Rhode Island Department of Public Safety. What happened was, it's for the a statewide computer-aided dispatch and records management system. Our system that we use now in most of the police departments in the state, that is called IMC, is now obsolete, has gone into a sunset period. Recognizing that, the state of Rhode Island, back in 2024, went out to bid for several companies, and they also invested $8 million into this to ease the burden from the towns of the setup and research fees that are applied to it. Our portion of that is $60,000 per year, which I'm going to have to budget in my next year's budget. We knew that this money was coming, and it's going to be an initial. We're going to have to run both IMC and the statewide concurrent as we integrate both of the systems. But if we are, the cost savings that we are going to see by this is it could be up to $200,000 if we weren't to go with this particular program and do it on our own in a couple of years when the whole state has already transferred over to it. The IMC currently is $30,000. This is $60,000 per year. We will be trying to minimize the IMC by taking out some of the things that we don't need as we're going on and phase it out completely. So this will be the new integrated system. State has implemented it with several departments so far. We are stage 3 of this. It's looking between April and July to start. The entire state is going through this system because of the data sharing that goes on. We'll have real-time data sharing. The old system, the computer is 1980s, 1990s technology. It's being phased out, and this is how they're going through with the future. But this, like I said, the state is taking a huge burden off of the towns with their $8 million investment into it.
Might be helpful. Can you give us an example of a public safety positive kind of impact from going to the new system? I know you mentioned coordination. Obviously, layman's perspective, it makes sense to all be on one system, but
Sure. So at IMC right now, we do have some sharing capabilities. In other words, let's just get it bottom line, if I pull over a car, I can see where these people have been pulled over at different departments. But it's super limited information, and I can't access any of the reports, anything further. We'll be able to share real-time information between the departments. So I'll be able to read the reports and know who I'm dealing with or who they're dealing with out there. Public safety-wise, absolutely street knowledge is what you're going to get for that. But beyond that, technology-wise, IMC is years ago. This is 1990s is when it was done. The technology is fading fast. The newer CAD is the way to go with it.
thank you. And then just one more on that. I'll go to Councilman Pasqua. So you're saying now this is going to be an add of 30K in next year's budget net between
Added
you had
60,000.
30 and you need 60, so you're going up 30.
It's gonna be $60,000 increase into my IT budget.
60 and additional because you're still going to run the other one.
So I have 60, but I'm gonna have to run concurrently. So that $30,000 is gonna have to stay until I can reduce until all the departments are with CAD, none of that data sharing works. Because right now there's 8 departments, including state police, that have it. But the departments that don't have that, they don't see any of our information on there. So yeah, we have to run concurrent. It's also, we have to save data for records management and retention. So that's where we have to, first year is going to be expensive. And as we go on and we can reduce it, then
That'll drop
overall costs 5 years from now, 4 years from now, will be $30,000 additional. Now, the one good thing with this here is this locks us into a price. So up until the first 3 years is $60,000 per. At 2029 to 2034, they can only increase it by 7%. And those are like storage, cloud storage fees. So we will be locked into a general price between 60,000 for the first 4 or 5 years. Then at the most they could do is a 7% increase on that. So long-term, the state is taking a big, the funding problem with this.
And any possibility of non-state grants for making this upgrade? Just curious if that came up.
No, I can't imagine to fund through grant funding, that kind of money that the state's providing for us. I just.
Sometimes you get lucky when you do an upgrade, but we can always check.
Yeah.
You know, it's worth just taking a quick look. No, I meant, thanks a lot. Councilman Pasqua.
Thank you for bringing this forward. So, and actually, I think Councilman Brown could answer this as well. the fire side, which is under the town, the dispatch centers run by the town, funded by the town, for the most part, uses Synergy. And is there any cost savings to joining the police and IMC?
When the state did the contract, it was more of a police program. The only option would be, there would be a gateway to whatever the fire departments were running. So we run Symposium. Yeah, and they were gonna have like an interface between the two, but most fire departments, I think most have gone off on their own and stayed with Symposium. So it's basically a police program. IMC that the fire department was looking at one time was twisted a little bit to make it user-friendly for the fire department, but it wasn't.
Absolutely. I can see that. They're totally different
Yeah, it's
information.
two different
gatherings.
platforms,
Yeah.
but when the state moved forward with this program, it was strictly a police program. Fire department got on the committee, but it was really a police program. This is good. We need this to have a modern police department and be up to date on all these things. It's an investment for the future. It's an investment in the safety of our officers that are out there because they can see real-time data coming in from other towns. So I would certainly approve this and
And honestly, it's a statewide system, so it's not just us. The entire state is moving towards this system. We just happen to be stage 3. And so it's a huge, the net of information is going to grow bigger and bigger.
Councilwoman?
Thanks for this, because this sounds really cool. And we need it. We need to be, there's a lot of antiquated technology here in this town, a lot of municipalities. So this is really good to have it. Just reading through it. First of all, I want to thank you for talking about the 7% every year after 2029, because I didn't see that. I may have just read over it, but because one of my questions was after 2028 and the state is no longer guaranteeing contributions to this expense, what does that cost?
Absolutely. And that's what we see, even with grant funding, and you want to be careful for that, for the upfront money, and then you own it after that. 2034 is going to be longer than, most places we get the guarantee. That's a long time. And the 7% increase, we see 7% increases in all types of software.
Is it definitive 7% or can go up to 7%?
Up to.
Oh,
In fact,
that's great.
yeah, it's right in the MOU.
Sorry, I missed that.
It's
That's okay.
yeah.
We can figure it out.
I can give you the figures.
I just wanted, I was in the women's room. I may have missed this in the beginning, but what is the total cost of ownership for Coventry, including any hardware that we may need or needed, IT labor, replacement equipment, mobile terminals, dual system operation, like that 182 covers software service, right?
It's the total cost.
Oh,
So, yeah, the state will actually, any upgrades, the state of Rhode Island is the Department of Public Safety, so state police inform us, and it's in the MOU where they're required to do any of the upgrades and all that. That stuff is taken care of.
that's great.
Our cost, right. And then that's what the investment from the state of Rhode Island was, that $8 million, because otherwise I would be coming to you with a $200,000 bill from my IT guy. They absorbed that, and getting in on this, the program, that's why you'll see, I don't know, I've heard possibly Providence is in a little bit of a delay mode with it, but
Everyone's doing it.
every
Right.
department in the state.
That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Anyone else? Councilman Hull?
Good evening, Chief. The only thing I ask is, are we starting this too early? I know, let's take the safety part of it is never too early. So I don't mean that by that, but if we have to run the systems concurrently because we can't control what the other municipalities are doing, is there a deadline for the state of when they say like everyone has to be merged by?
The state set it up so we're stage 3 on this.
So we didn't
So
have control of that.
We
It
don't
was-
have control.
Understood. Thank you.
We set in, and they have to, the resources to set up each department. They just did, Newport was just done, Cumberland. They're going in, the company is going into the departments and helping to set up and all that. So we're stage 3, and then each department is set up. So in the end, in other words, we can't just push back a couple of years, and it's set up this way
Are any of the other departments that have already transitioned, are they having issues?
Sure.
Just the
Yeah,
normal
absolutely.
IT
It's,
issues?
it's,
But
um,
the other system you're currently running will just pick up where this one is having
yeah, the
issues?
biggest part of the other system that we have to keep going is records maintenance. We need to maintain those records for several years. And so that's the biggest portion of like porting over the information from from IMC over to the new CAD. Yeah, there's user issues, but there's user issues with any program as officers learn how to use them. I remember they're switching over accident reports back in the day, and when they gave us a new accident report form, it was uproar. And
Like on a fax machine?
yeah. So any of that stuff, absolutely. But from what I gather from the company, they're 100% taking the feedback from the departments when they find different things that they don't like and trying to implement the changes. So, and the good thing is the state police is the main point of contact. In fact, like when we pay, we're going to be paying to the general treasurer of Rhode Island. We're not going to be paying to this company. This is an MOU with the state. So, there's some weight behind that.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I was going to remind everyone. So on this one, it's an MOU and the purchase kind of wrapped up in one
Yeah.
because we're actually doing the MOU to lock in all the other components.
Correct. And that's why the state requires the MOU.
Right.
Because they require my ability to fund it for the 3 years that is.
So you'll notice it's you and the colonel of the state police on the MOU. So
Yeah.
they got the top guys on that one. Councilman Pasqua.
Make a motion to approve resolution 2025-122, approving the purchase of software service contract for statewide computer aided dispatch and records management system for $182,315.67.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilman Pasqua, second Vice President Brown. Any discussion? All right. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Chief. All right, next item up, Resolution 25-123. This is revisiting of the CLA issue regarding the forensic audit of the legal invoices. Just to kind of recap, we had a couple different discussions of this going forward. Last meeting we had, CLA give us a kind of a little bit more deeper dive into some of the questions we had. What it came down to was eventually we're going to need some kind of resolution to move this forward to authorize the funds and begin. And that's what's before you tonight. Questions or comments? Councilman Pasqua?
Make a motion to approve resolution 2025-123, hiring CLA for the audit for an amount not to exceed $50,000.
I'll second that motion.
A motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Councilman Dowan.
I'm going to be voting no on this. I think it's important that we have a finance director and we have legal counsel here that are significantly cheaper than what we're about to spend for RDA, for CLA. And I think this is premature to spend this much taxpayer money on something that could be done internally to start. And if we have findings from the people that we already pay on a salary or through an engagement, I think we should utilize those and demand a quick turnaround so that we can make a decision to move and spend this money if necessary. But I just think this is a little premature, so I'm going to be voting no on this.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further discussion? Councilman Hull?
I think it's important that we know what happened. Obviously, we can't go into this thinking that we're going to get any money back because the only, I don't think going into any audit you're anticipating to get any funds back. But I think what has happened, or maybe what we don't know has happened, should be looked at. I think if our finance department and our solicitor could have done that, they would have done that. Or maybe not, because he wasn't receiving the fully redacted invoices, unredacted invoices. But I think spending some money to learn what the town did wrong, to figure out where that money went, if there was double billing, there was a lot of charges in those invoices that should have fallen under his preview of his monthly retainer. So I think it's money well spent to find out what that man did to this town of Coventry in regards to his billing and his financing.
Question to the town manager. I don't see it in the resolution. We discussed, I know there's the biweekly progress updates, but did we have a, financial point in time where we were going to ask for a preview, like after the first 10 grand, something like that?
I don't think that was determined by the council.
All right. I mean, that's something we could put in to the actual engagement if we did it, but, just trying to see both sides here. Anything else? Councilman Mars?
Yeah, that was actually something that I was discussing the last time we had this conversation was, I know that they're billing at about $1,000 an hour. So this $50,000 adds up really quickly with the scope of work that they're going to be doing. So I don't know if it makes sense completely for us to get 3 weeks of work out of them to not get the scope of what we expect.
Gotcha. Did you have something? Vice President Brown?
Yeah, I was under the impression they were going to get back to us weekly and where they were in their investigation. So as we approach that number, we might not even get there. I mean, within 2 weeks, they might say, well, we have something, and then we need to make a decision where we go from that and stop paying CLA. I think personally, using third parties to do some things is a good idea. It gets the independence of it off the council or off the town to have that clear and concise investigation on a multitude of things. So I think using third parties in some cases is a good idea. And I believe this is one of them.
Councilwoman Capaldi?
I brought this up last time. What is the harm on being a little bit slower on this instead of jumping the gun and paying them? Why can't we do it internally to kind of have, and I said this, to kind of have a sense of where the issues are? If we see it's, really deep, then we have these guys in our pocket. Why can't we try to do it our way first? Because we may find everything we want. Has anyone looked at those? Council members, has anyone looked at the invoices? Has anyone started this? Is anyone listening to me? Has anyone started analyzing the invoices compared to his agreement? Has anyone started? You have. Have you started findings? Don't say anything. Why can't we all do our due diligence, have our solicitor and our director of finance give it a week and a half, and then we can revisit this? What's the harm in that? It could save us a bunch of money.
Well, I think that was the intention of kind of slowing the rollout.
It's still
so
50
to-
grand.
Right. I mean, we wouldn't spend it all, though. We would stop after the first week, let's say. Because I think the benefit you get here is like, yes, as you asked, I started going through it. How much am I able to document that and take my personal self out of it and then write it up and compare and things like that? I mean, the professionalism is what you're going to get there, which, to some of the discussions over here, it's like, if we could have done it this way by now, we would have, if we knew enough, because I know, for a fact, our finance director looks at them. He may be able to see, and I believe, a discrepancy in the amount of time. But taking that to an earlier gentleman's point to the state police, because this is where, if a crime has happened, that's where it goes next.
Yeah.
They're going to be looking for evidence from a professional outfit, is kind of just my thought. And that's what actually leads to, something further down the road if they find anything. So, but I understand what you're saying, but it hasn't happened yet. If nobody,
But we didn't direct anyone to have it happen. That's the thing. Everyone waits for the
We have
council to make it a motion.
Councilman Mars.
If memory serves me right, didn't we ask if we could reach out to Cranston for potentially their?
I did. I'm waiting for this solicitor to get back to me. And just to have the finance director do it. I mean, he can look at them. Obviously, he has a higher skill set than other people, but he's not a forensic auditor. And if that's what the council's looking for, that's not what you're going to get if we all just put our heads together and look at things.
Well, I kind of asked that question. What is a forensic auditor to CLA? Didn't really get an answer. Like, what is the difference between what they can do and what we can do? Granted, they're getting paid 50 grand. Pay me 50 grand and I'll do it.
Councilman Pasco.
So I put this up for approval so we could have discussion on it because that's the proper way of doing a resolution is we put it up for a vote, then we have discussion. So my feedback on this, I've been concerned from the get-go about spending $50,000 of taxpayer money and understanding what we're getting back for it. You know, I think people have short-term memory, right? So like if we spend $50,000 of taxpayer money and, you know, we've had a gripe with the solicitor and we showed that we're going to dive deep into his records, and we sort of are looking at it as like a warning to anybody else who's going to work for us that, you know, we will dive deep. I think it's short-term memory, right? In 2 years, people are going to forget that we did it and the money's gone. And I kind of want to know, like, what are we going to get out of this, right? So CLA made it pretty clear they're not a legal agency, so they're not really able to determine if it really does take 8 hours to write a permit application or not. And, you know, so is that a proper amount of time charged? And really, I think that's ultimately what the council's concerned about is were we overcharged on stuff? And CLA doesn't have the legal background to determine if legal bills were too high or too low. And everything is with context, right? So like a DEM permit for Flat River Reservoir may take considerably longer than one for, say, Lincoln Woods, which is already state-owned because it's already run by the state and it's an easy operation where this is litigated. So, you know, it's hard to really put that stuff into perspective to understand if we're actually been overcharged. And maybe we were, maybe we weren't. And I still have the concern that what if in this audit, if you would, they look back and it's realized that Stephen Angel forgot to bill us for a meeting that he was at, and now we owe him money. You know, it'd be easier for him to get money out of us, and he has a legal avenue to do so, than it would be for us to get it out of him if we think he owes us money. You know, I struggle with this. I kind of want to, you know, put this behind us and just move forward and be more diligent and write policy to protect us going forward. I think that would be a more effective strategy than to do this. You know, I just, it's risk versus reward and, you know, what are we going to get out of it? I'm not sure we're going to get too much out of it, 50 grand. I don't know. And we may end up costing ourselves money. And one of the other big things that we did not calculate any of this is that GZA is going to, and they said this themselves, they're going to talk with our legal counsel, and there's going to be a legal counsel component to this too we're going to get billed on that's not in this 50,000 because they're going to submit their bills for working with CLA on either, you know, understanding redacted invoices or unredacting invoices or determining what can be part of this investigation and what can't be. There could be potentially a much higher legal cost to this than just the accounting side. This 50 grand may be trumped by, say, you know, 100, 200,000 in legal if we really dive deep into this. And, you know, I just think it's one of those things where we're just going to dig a hole and we don't know where it's going to end. I'd rather just move forward and get some stuff done with the town that we haven't been able to accomplish in a year.
Thank you, Councilman. You know, as far as I'm concerned, I think there is a due diligence here we need to do. There are people who, you know, both out in the community and then on this side of the dais who feel like there's potential for criminal activity. I think this is the first step just to pass the nonsense test to see if something was missed. You know, I'm open to changing the resolution. I actually would prefer to have that 50,000 in there, but have a much lower cap before we get a check in. I just happen to think that CLA, with their history in this realm, might be able to tell us within a week or two that, you know, look, there's just nothing here, or there's something here. At that point, we would probably end our investigation and turn it over to the proper authorities and stop spending the money. You know, but as far as diligence goes, you know, I just feel like similar to what was said earlier, an outside party doing this, you know, taking at least a thorough look at contract provisions and whether those were identified, would make a lot of sense. And we take, everybody's personal feelings out of it and kick it over to them. Even if we did a weekly progress update in case, I mean, these gentlemen have a lot of work to do and elsewhere. This isn't going to be a cash cow for them. So, if there's a potential for an actual criminal element to this, I think it needs to be investigated. Anyone else on this? We have a motion and a second, so we're still on discussion. Councilman Pasqua.
Mr. President, if you have a different idea about this resolution, I'll gladly withdraw my motion so you can propose an amended motion for the resolution.
The only amendment I would make is change the 2 weeks to, bi-weekly to weekly, just to give us all a sense of this isn't going to be able to run out of control and we're not going to hit that 50 unless we're onto something. That's my personal.
I thought you said,
Councilwoman Capaldi.
why don't we lower that price to like 20 grand? Let them get their feet wet and see if there is
Yeah,
anything.
I think
in
50
there.
was just something we picked
Why
together.
don't we change it to 20? I'd feel better of that than, so let's amend this.
So we
I don't know what 20 gets you. 2 hours? I don't know how they work.
20 roughly.
I'm being facetious.
No, about 20.
20 hours?
But anyone over here?
I mean, just from a logical perspective, yes, it makes more sense. Just how these agencies work with the amount of people that they have. If we do a weekly check-in at 50,000, you can put enough people on there to hit 50 hours, no problem. So if you want to have a constraint where you check in before you blow all the money, then it should be a financial constraint and say you have to stop at 20 hours or 20,000 or something like that. But to do a weekly check-in, I know from my practice, I can burn through $50,000 and no problem. And they're charging more than most attorneys I engage. And the audit rate that they're charging, to be completely honest with you, is ludicrous compared to what I see in private practice. I've never seen an audit at $1,000 an hour. Yeah, I bet.
We did discuss this.
CLA was because they're already our in-house auditor. We were told it was a discount, right? Because they can do it at a cheaper rate.
I don't know if it was discounted or not. That was just a proposal they presented to us.
But the reason why we went with CLA originally was under your direction that it would be cheaper because they were already our in-house auditing firm.
We're familiar with them, and they had an audit component as part of their organization. I don't know what other agencies would cost. I didn't go to any others besides CLA.
Well, we didn't because we were told it was going to be cheaper because they were our in-house auditing firm already.
Well, again, I don't know what other places would charge us. I didn't go out to bid for this.
So now I'm not confident in this at all, because if we didn't go out for bid and we didn't argue to go out for bid due to the fact that we were told that we would get it cheaper. So while I want the audit, I don't want to just spend money to spend it. If we could have went to an RFP, I'm going to find you the meeting, Mr. Town Manager, and send it to you. Okay. So that just screwed everything up then.
You can lower the amount like the president said. Just lower it from 50 if you're not comfortable with the number.
I would have loved to have 100 hours at $500 an hour versus 50 hours at $1,000 an hour.
Well,
could have gotten more.
Can we go out to
I was going to say it's been moved. We can just vote it down and
I would have
start
no
over.
knowledge of what other forensic auditors charge. I would have no base knowledge of that to say that they give.
We
you
need to
such
go
a
out
great
to
deal.
RFP on this.
We can do that. The council wanted expediency, so that's why we didn't.
Yeah, we can't, on one hand, say we want to move on, and then on the other hand, that was the crux of that decision.
We haven't moved on anything. It's been 3 months.
That's the problem. We've done neither. We've neither moved on nor found another alternative. So the motion's before us. If we don't like it, vote it down. And we can reframe it. Other option is to amend it. Otherwise, that's where we're at. This is good discussion. I think what everyone's seeing now is what it looks like when we don't make decisions behind closed doors. This is a public discussion, and this is what it looks like, folks.
Can we vote?
Yeah, that's what's up right now. We have a first and a second. We have discussion.
I would want to amend this resolution as it's presented. You know, based on what we're hearing here, I would like to see it that we would get weekly updates, not to exceed $10,000 a week. And come back to us weekly. That's,
Is there overall?
we will talk about moving forward and getting this behind us. And I agree with Councilman Hool. We're not going to get nothing behind us if we don't do something. So if we put limitations on this and they reply back to us, and I think they're going to find out pretty quickly if there's something there or there's not there, and then we can move on and get into policies and procedures and strengthen that end of it. But I think we can limit what they're doing so we can back out of it before we spend the 50.
I just think my frustration lies here that here we are not having gone out to an RFP because we
Advised.
were advised that we not only would CLA be the fastest, it would be the most cost effective because they already have a contract with the town. Like that was verbatim. I remember that conversation. So here we are voting on something that I wanted, and now you guys are throwing me in a spot where it's like, damned if I do and damned if I don't. If I vote this down, it's like I went back on my word and it's something that I want. But if I vote for it, it's irresponsible to not have put this out for an RFP where we could have gotten more work for less money.
I
could
agree
ta-
100% with you.
If we vote this down, what would be the next step to bring this back up in this order at the next meeting or an RFP? I don't know. This is This is the stuff people get frustrated with this. It's like we have this spin wheel that just keeps going and going. We'll add it to another 3 agendas and then eventually we'll figure it out.
Well, once the council said they wanted it to happen fast, there was no way to go to RFP quickly. That's a 60-day process.
It's been that long, sir.
I'm just telling you that's why we decided not to do that. We asked for CLA, they came, they presented. I don't know if they're high, low. Councilman Dowling has experience here, but I don't know that on a personal level whether they're giving us a deal or not. I can't speak to that.
All right, we got to move on this. We got a long night ahead of us still. Can we just move on this? We have to table this. We have to figure out what we're going to do. What? Oh, was that you? Do we motion to go to RFP?
We've got a motion on the floor right now. We're on
I vote no to that motion.
So just for procedural reasons, there's a motion on the floor, there's an amendment, we have to vote on the amendment, then we can vote on the resolution as amended. So are we voting on the amendment?
Let's get a motion to amend. Did you want to make that motion at this point? Okay. That amendment is not going to happen. So we are back on the resolution.
Okay.
So we have a first, a second. We had discussion. Any further discussion before we do a vote? All right. I think this will be a roll call. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Pasqua,
No.
Councilmember Capaldi, Councilmember Hool,
No, but I feel like you got jammed up here.
Councilmember Darwin,
No.
Councilmember Mars,
No.
Vice President Brown.
Nope.
President Verducci.
No.
Motion does not pass.
So on this topic, we will, if somebody has something they want to offer on it, RFP, we can look quickly. I just pulled up the MPA site. I don't know if there's a state audit firm. We could at least do a mini bid just to keep some kind of quickness going here and get some frame of reference. The option still exists at CLA, so it's not like we're doing away with that, but we'll get it on the next agenda, whatever we do, get some more research done on the topic. I think at a minimum, we could at least look at the MPA, Mr. Manager, and see. I know they have auditing services on there, but it might be good just to get a frame of reference. All right, next topic, letter D, we have the adoption of the fiscal year budget calendar. That's in your packets here. It just basically outlines what we're doing on the budget.
So the only changes from last year are I added the pre-budget meeting with directors that the council wanted for January 27th, and I removed the Saturday budget hearing.
All right, so as we can see, this work begins next couple of weeks. We will have a work session coming up with the school committee, so just mark your calendars for those. We have a couple of different meetings than we're used to, so any questions, as usual, please send along to Mr. Savetti if he can get you information ahead of time. It'll be helpful before we have the discussions. We'll entertain a motion to pass the calendar.
I'll make a motion to pass it.
Second.
First and second, any discussion? Councilman Pasqua.
In the past, when we did these, we had Saturday morning
Mhm.
hearings. I mean, granted, nobody showed up,
Ever.
but I mean, we had them, they were an option. Just at least so we could say that we tried to connect with a different group of people that, may not be able to do the evening meetings. I mean, is that something we want to consider doing, putting that back on?
I've heard from public that they thought it was ridiculous that we had a Saturday morning meeting, and they were yelling that we had a Saturday morning meeting. I don't think we can ever make everybody happy. So, I mean, 6 o'clock at night, aren't we there like 2 nights a week? I mean, one of those days has to work, and if not, they can watch it on Zoom.
Yeah, last meeting was 3 of us and some lady from Town Farm Road who sits here all the time. So if I remember correctly, yeah. So, I'm fine keeping it the way it is. I agree. Plus we've been having extra meetings and special meetings. So, I don't know, Saturday morning, especially that time, I think it was a nice day too. And that's all it took. And we didn't get a lot done and people were pretty miserable. So, anybody else? All right. Do a roll call on this one. We good? All right. First and second, discussion's over. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi. Councilmember Hul.
Yes.
Councilmember Darwin.
Yes.
Councilmember Mars.
Yes.
Vice President Brown.
Yes.
President Verducci.
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
Next one, Resolution 25125, approving the new Town of Coventry Employee Handbook.
Can I ask a question, or not appropriate now?
Well, no, I think we just started, so go ahead.
I don't really know what we were supposed to do with this.
It seems like it's for our information, and I'm not sure if there's,
There was no
A re-
directions, was this whole thing rewritten? Were there, I'd like to see the red lines to see what was added. What do you want us to look at? Because that's a huge
It's a
butt
whole- It's a
document.
whole new document. I guess there hasn't been one here in a number of years.
This is a brand new document that I didn't know. I didn't even read it. I didn't know what I was supposed to do to it.
So I guess the last one was in front of the council 4 or 5 years ago, I believe, and it was rejected because there were some issues with the union, I'm told. So this document basically is for non-union employees. The policies are for everybody, but the PTO time and the other issues in there are mostly for non-union people.
Should we see what was concerning in the last one and how it's rewritten in this one, so we have some context to know what we're looking at?
I can try to find the old one. I think.
Oh, you guys didn't edit it?
No, I
Okay.
think Doreen just did this from scratch along with Director Savetti.
Oh,
And,
okay.
and the problem is that there are people that are non-union that get union benefits and have accumulated hundreds of hours of accumulated time where we think they should not have gotten. So we're not going to take anything away from any employee that has gotten that. But moving forward, we want to change everyone to PTO time so it lessens what they're able to accrue and what they're able to cash out at retirement time.
Can I ask you a question about that? How does that get overseen? How does somebody not know to watch PTO time?
Well, PTO time is brand new. That just started with me.
How-
So the
how
last
did it
20
go-
years, I don't know what they've done.
Councilman Pasqua, do you have something?
I do. I give you some background on this because I was around back then. This was the previous town manager. The last time we dealt with this, actually, it was a couple town managers ago. Town manager Benjamin Marchant brought this in front of the council, and we talked about possibly adopting a handbook. And one of the great debates at that time was that this is an administrative duty, and this council is a legislative body, and we don't have the authority to get involved at that level, and that we appoint a CEO of the town, namely yourself, Mr. Manager, to handle this stuff. And that's really kind of where it was left, is that it's up to you and HR to work on employee handbooks and do that stuff, because it's a moving policy based on work dynamic, things that are happening, changes in the town. And these are all really management decisions that are not legislative decisions. So, and I also personally feel that if we put in writing about PTO and things like that, when you need to be able to offer a contract to a possible new director and you need to be competitive, this sort of locks you up a little bit in the ability for you to negotiate and bring forward a different system to us, different contract or whatever. So I'm not really in favor of the council getting involved in this, because now where does it end if we adopt the handbook? What are we doing now? We adopt them like
That's
break
fine with
time.
me. I knew the previous town manager brought it to council. That's why I thought that's where it was headed. But if you don't see there's a role,
Yeah.
I'm sure the solicitor can chime in, but I'm fine with just taking that under my wing and adopting it with the HR director.
I just think it's an administrative duty that, we stomped our feet pretty hard last time about council doing administrative tasks. And to me, this is it. It's not a legislative policy.
Do you want to offer something, Solicitor?
It's been done both ways.
Okay.
It's been done both ways, and to the extent that it's done is always subject to the interaction between the council and whoever's in that job.
Yeah,
Obviously I didn't look at this, and also how much of information is in there that's strictly within the discretion of a manager or a town administrator or a mayor difference, because every 39 cities in town has a different power division.
And you know what? We don't know what they do here. Like, we don't know their policies. And like, if I read this, I would just be reflecting on what I've done in my actual job. So yeah, this has to definitely stay with administration.
Anyone else on this? All right. Next item. Oh, what's that? Oh. All right. Next item on the agenda, we have a presentation of the report from Municipal Fire Commission. I just want to say a few words before we get started, just to kind of reset. Municipal Fire Commission, this began back in January. They had its final meeting last week. Now, the goal was to produce information to the town council so that the council itself could better understand the options and the impacts of moving into municipal-based services. The report that we have does not make final recommendations. There are still many things that would need to be figured out. There's nothing that we're going to vote on tonight to move forward with anything. The report included for tonight is one piece of information. Any action that's taken on it would require legislation at the state level too, just full transparency here. Throughout all the testimony and public comment we received, one thing remained clear. It's a very polarizing topic. Many people feel strongly about it, and as we move forward in the discussion, I just want to keep everyone in mind that as much as you feel strongly about your position, there's somebody on the other side of the room who feels just as strongly about theirs. It's not just a financial discussion. There's a public safety element to this too. Sometimes we can go down one rabbit hole or the other, but both things need to be considered. There are still fundamental items to discuss. It was brought up earlier, merger of the districts on their own, partial merger of districts, so on and so on. Based on the financial findings included in the report, it appears that there is going to be some additional funding that is above and beyond what is currently being collected by the individual districts. In addition, the town would have ownership for all outstanding debts and revenue. There are other questions regarding charter, voting, and things like that. According to what we read in the charter earlier, The town council can do this on its own. However, there's nothing stopping us, I don't believe, from doing a public referendum as well. So again, just to set the table here. As we move forward with the discussion, please remember that this decision does not happen in a vacuum. We have to consider other areas of the town who are requesting funding. This has come up already tonight. We have the school department we're going to meet with in a couple of weeks who are also advocating for more money. We need to take a hard look at how a town our size, with the amount of pending developments, can safely function with approximately 55 full-time firefighters. Public safety, I believe, is job one for the town council. Providing adequate services, though, it's going to be a delicate balance between the price tag that may be unaffordable to some, and then obviously the public safety impact that people expect to get from a town. Anyone here watching tonight at home, please reach out to us. Please let us know your voice on this. I haven't gotten a lot of feedback, believe it or not, on this topic. So please share with us and let us know so we can make the most responsible decision we can. So I just wanted to reset and let that get started. Is you going to make a formal presentation or a?
Point of order.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Mr. President, I'm going to recuse and step off the dais for this conversation since I'm employed by one of the fire districts.
Understood. Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Town Manager, were you going to say something?
So I don't have a formal presentation. I think the way I see this is obviously this started in 2022 when the previous council voted for the dynamic study. That was the beginning of what direction this town should go in. With the resolution that was passed in 24 and then the commission that started the last 10 months, we've been trying to gather as much data as we possibly can to get all the questions answered the council will have. Obviously, it's a council decision what direction to move in. With that said, this 28-page report tries its best to summarize what we've done over the last 28 months, 10 months, 28 pages. But I mean, on the Muni Fire page alone, I think there's 50 to 60 exhibits there. So this report doesn't have everything in it. One of the members, Jillian, put this together for us. She did a great job. There are some other members here from the commission that can speak on it. But I think we tried to give a really baseline approach as to how to move this forward with the understanding that public safety has to be number one. From my perspective, I don't think there's ever going to be a perfect time to do this. From what the numbers that Director Savetti has run, it is going to cost the town more money. However, you can't put a price on public safety. And that's my perspective. I'm not giving an opinion up or down, but I think this commission has tried its best to answer all the questions. Truthfully, there wasn't a lot of public interaction. We maybe got 4 or 5 people at a meeting. I don't know what the flavor is out in the community. Like yourself, Mr. President, I haven't gotten a lot of feedback for it or against it. So I'm not really sure where the community lies. So I think that's kind of not troublesome for the council, but it kind of gives the council some idea that where this kind of stands on a priority list. And again, I think no matter what, public safety has to really take first place and take precedent. So I kind of see this basically in 3 parts. The report itself is a kind of summary of what we did based on what the resolution was that was passed in 24. There's a fiscal part that Director Savetti's put together with a total budget of personnel, what the tax increase would be if this had happened last year based on the numbers. And there's a legal piece. Solicitor Igliozzi was not part of the commission. Solicitor Angel was. So Solicitor Angel did do a legal analysis of what it would take to create a municipal fire department if that was what the council wanted to do, and that's laid out in his report. So again, I don't know how the best way to approach it is. It may be more of a Q&A, the council to the commission members, or if it's something that you have any ideas on or questions on, the commission can come forth and give you the best answer we have. But to kind of summarize a 10-month process in an hour here is kind of difficult. I think all the documents are there. There's a lot of stuff there regarding equipment, apparatus, personnel, manning, national standards, comparisons to other PDs, FDs, excuse me. The two most important, well, not most important, the two people that have experience with this on the commission are Director Savetti, who's done this in Lincoln, and retired Chief McGilvery, who's done this in East Greenwich. So they're kind of the two people we relied on as to how to actually get this done. And I'm sure they'd be willing to answer any questions that you guys have as well. So with that, I will leave it open.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I think just going off what you're saying tonight is a good time for us to ask some questions and then leave here with even direction to say, here's where we want to focus more. I like this option. Give me more of this and so on. So with that, Councilwoman Capaldi.
Thanks for that overview, Town Manager. You know, I clearly support a municipal fire department. I just have been a part in the corporate world of companies that take over other companies, and it could take several years of taking over and switching over. It's a very, very intense thing to do. So I'm assuming that this plan will take 5 to 10 years, 5 to 7 years. There will be a plan, there'll be a strategy. It can't all be one or nothing. It won't work. I did see several pieces missing. There was just a lot of paperwork here, but you know, do we have a complete financial analysis of all 4 districts? A projected tax impact for residents. I think that we just got that, right? Is that what you sent to us? Mrs.
Yeah.
Okay, I just saw the report on Friday when I got it. I haven't had it since then.
Time frame wise, Councilwoman, we're not looking 5 to 7 years. I think this is going to happen. We're hoping July 1, 27.
Everything, changeover, a massive changeover like this is not going to happen on one day, day one, turn everything on.
No,
No.
I agree, but the goal I think is July 1, 27 is a reasonable date to get this going. Because I think if we wait 5 years,
I'd like to see stat. What can we do in the next year? What can we do in the next 2 years?
And I think that's where Director Savetti and Chief McGilvery will be able to give us some a schedule to say what things get checked off.
Strategy.
Yeah, I don't think 5 years is the time frame. No, I'm thinking a year and a half. That's what we're looking for. If it's going to happen, again, that's the council's decision, but that's the time frame we've been kind of talking about on the side. Is
I'd like
it's going
to
to
see
take
the
about a year.
schedule in a year and a half on how everything, if you want to do it in a year and a half and we all approve it, I want to see what is going to happen in a year and a half to get this thing turned on by June 1st of 27.
So we're going to do some notes tonight, exactly that, like what we want to see before we take anything up again. So I'm going to just make those official kind of notes here so we have it. So Councilwoman Capaldi would like to see a timeline or schedule of steps to get to that date and have everything up and running.
It's called a
Understood.
major switchover.
All right. Thank you for that. Anyone else? Questions, comments? Otherwise, we can consider the report. We could have, go ahead.
We're missing, I think, some of the key pieces, and for some of them, I'm just confused on why we don't have the pieces. We don't have any building determination as far as condition, but we're going to be asked to take over buildings. And then what happens when a roof needs to be replaced? We need to know the condition of those buildings, not just the catalyst forms that were in there. Not only to mention the fact that did I miss it somewhere? What page did you see that on?
The lieutenant saying the Dynamics report that was done in 23, I think, 24.
Is that in this packet?
No, it's a separate report.
So they're mad at me back there because you guys didn't give me the information. It's like I don't have the information.
We can send it to you. No, we can send you that report. That's not part of it because that's not part of the study the commission did. I can get you that.
All right. And just for everyone's knowledge, our new guys too, I think we have all this, we sectioned all this off on the website somewhere. So let's share that link with the committee too. There's some background and other stuff there, but understood. Yeah, all that stuff's on there, but we need to direct you to it, so we'll send that link. Okay.
Thank you.
Did you? This is Lieutenant McCann, member of the commission.
McCann, 11 Old Mishnock Highway, Coventry. I am the current union president for Local 3372 that combines Hopkins Hill, Central Coventry, and the Coventry Fire District. We've been working tirelessly, and all these people that were on this commission did a great job. There's a lot of information out there, and it's available. It all is available. If there are questions about it, absolutely, I'm sure they're going to be. There have been a lot over the last couple of weeks also, but those things can be answered. Okay, the important thing is that this is about public safety for us, the firefighters who actually do the work, not the people who run the boards. We go out there and do all the work, not them. Right? We're the ones in the middle of it. We're the ones getting injured. We're the ones saving lives. We're the ones doing the work, not the board people. I just want to make that clear. Okay, we have some great boards that are out there, and then we have some boards that just slam us for whatever reason we don't know. That's okay. We can deal with that.
Are you speaking about the fire boards? Is that what you're talking about? I don't
Yes,
know.
I'm speaking about some
District boards.
Yes, district boards.
Oh, okay.
Yes, okay. I've been in Coventry for 15 years. I'm a 36-year career firefighter. I did 22 years in the city of Central Falls, where I retired with dignity down there. We did have our pensions reduced out there, and a lot of people actually got hurt by that. So I had to go back to work. I was available to work in this town, and this is where I've been living for 34 years. Seeing how big the town was getting at the time was what brought my interest in working here. And it's been great so far. What a battle we've had over the last 15 years, you know. Settled a lot of disagreements over the past 10 years. We've been able to put together contracts for the 3 districts over the last couple of years with no outside interference, no legal bills, no arbitrations, no grievances. Working with some of these board presidents have been absolutely awesome. Just want to put that out there to them. The whole thing for this is public safety. Ultimately, I mean, you look at every other city in town, they're responsible for public safety, which is what the council should be eyeballing right now. This shouldn't be left up to the districts anymore. The district model is just so antiquated as to how things operate. First of all, there's no interoperability between the districts, 0, which puts lives in danger. And the lives that are in danger are the guys that are riding the trucks, right? Obviously, it's for the patients and the people that we have to go rescue. I don't know who's coming sometimes, you know, and it's scary, you know. The other thing is that there's no continuity. There's no continuity on the radio sometimes. If you have this all in one umbrella, under one chief, under one department, all that goes away. All that goes away. Continuity and interoperability. Those are terms that you can use for grant writing. Those are big operative terms that I've learned in the past where able to get funding where you think you're lacking. Obviously, some of these numbers that are out there are inflated, but they're inflated so that it's a safety factor. Once the process has been dived into, that number is probably going to change, right? Might be for the better, might be for the worse. But right now, those numbers that are presented to you is just a number to keep things as a precaution. That we're not going to underfund it, we'd rather overfund it and then figure it out down the line. You look at the problems that are here in town. The problems that have gone up around here, that the runs have increased, okay? The runs have increased, but the staffing has not, okay? Over the last 10 years, since 2012, we had 80 full-time firefighters. That number is down now to 55. We've cut 4 stations, right? In the interim of cutting 4 stations, people have died, but that's not brought out. Okay, people have died because of the cutbacks that we've had here. When Station 5 closed in Main Street, not a month later, we had a woman that was a regular patient who lived across the street, died because she had to wait for response times from the other end of town. That's sad. That's sad, and that's where it started. That's where it started for me, watching that. The second one when you have lack of staffing, Station 1 not covered, okay, because 2 guys are on duty, trucks at the hospital. A gentleman died on Reed Avenue. Where the fire truck, where was the fire truck? In quarters. Where was the rescue? At the hospital. My truck, I worked that night, was the first truck to pull up. I responded from 95 at exit 8. I was the first truck in to Reed Avenue. The man, obviously, he died, and it's a tragedy. If you look at the video footage, we can produce that. The video footage from the neighbor across the street that heard the first broken window, there was an opportunity for that first truck to get there if that station was manned with those 2 guys in there to at least make a rescue effort at that. So that's number 2. The other 3 were in mobile home parks. People have died. Longer response times because we've cut down stations and cut down staffing. So for us, this is how it started. Okay, it's about life safety. Life safety costs money. To protect lives and property costs money. There is a cost factor in it. Trying to nickel and dime it is just a travesty, and it's an embarrassment for the town. So I think it's up to the council to take full embrace in this, because it's your responsibility. It's not the districts. It's not the districts. We could talk about injuries to personnel. I had one injury in 2015 that occurred in another district. Okay. My legal attorney said, well, we can go after the district for your injuries. I said, no, I'm being covered by my own. All right. I'm working for Central Coventry, hurting another district. Who's responsible for that? This is what you're going to start seeing. Who's responsible for these injuries? Is it going to be up to the district the guy works for, or is it going to be up to the district we're responding to? This is stuff that we can make go away by consolidating all this stuff. All this stuff could go away. We could have 1 chief, not 4. You know, you hire a chief that's supposed to be here. You know, you go out and you search for a chief that's gonna lead this department. You know, however you're gonna do that, it's your responsibility also. Not going out and hire somebody that's not qualified, that only has a 4-year experience, and make him chief of the department and expect to give guys orders. Not qualified. We could eliminate that by going townwide. Okay? You talk about incidents. We were just talking about Johnson Pond a little while ago. We've had incidents on Johnson Pond. I'll kick back to another one. We're talking about the RDC. I think there was a comment, we should staff the RDC the way it should be. I think that goes in fact with all the other municipal services. Police, fire, the teachers, and the DPW workers. All should be staffed adequately to protect the town. We have all kinds of new developments coming in, but we have no increase in services. The fire departments, all fire districts do not get any of that money that comes in. All these new services, all we get is the calls. There's no tax increases, because if you look at the tax levy, there's one number and it keeps getting spread out amongst everybody else. That number actually goes down, right? That's not shared. There's no increases in taxes there. That taxes increases something else. You know, we don't get any of that. We don't get any of that, but we do all the calls. We get all the increase in calls. Okay. Rescue 7 has been shut down because of tax cuts. Okay. Seems to be a problem when you have the largest town in the state only has 1 full-time rescue, 62 square miles, 1 full-time rescue, and only 2 full-time engines. Something wrong there. Something seriously wrong there. You have to think of that. I don't want to tie up anybody's time. I have a lot more notes, but public safety is the #1 thing here. It does come with a cost, but you want to be able to sleep at night knowing that your town's protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Anyone? Thanks. All right. Sure.
I'm curious to know why the departments can't merge themselves, or, you know, Mr. McCann is up here at, you know, talking with us about taxes or tax increases. Why not go back to your boards to solve those issues? We're not the oversight of the fire districts. Isn't your taxing authority go through the board?
Yeah, this is a perennial question. It did come up a bit in the fire commission, but yeah, this is a good one.
Yeah, it did come up, right? So they're limited, the districts are limited to a 4% cap, obviously, right? So you take a 4% cap that's on fire tax. Is that a lot of money? I don't think so. 4% on a town-wide budget, yeah, that's a lot of money.
Can you get approval to increase over the 4%?
So it's happened over the last couple of years. If you look at, I think Weston, right, you guys have increased what? What's your total? 19% over 3 years? 15%. 15% over 3 years. 15%. Yeah, we can't get 12. You know, obviously we do a little bit more runs, right? Maybe I use that as a joke. We do a little bit more runs than the rest of the town. But you have to have taxpayer approval. And I get it. Everybody's complaining about the money. You know, I'm the same way, but I live in town here also. I want my services showing up when I call. The case in point with that, I don't mean to get off story here, but Christmas Day 2 years ago, my next two houses over from me, kitchen caught fire. Christmas Day. They're already out on a call off of Fairview Avenue. So I called. 20 minutes was the only truck. The next town over, not available. The next town over on that side, not available. Where are our trucks? Our trucks were busy Christmas morning. 20 minutes to wait. So myself and my family members assisted my neighbors, put out a stove fire, and then got the people out of the house and waited for the trucks to show up just to vent the house out. That's just unacceptable. But to answer your question on the taxes, yes, we do go to the boards and we ask for tax increases every year. But because we're battling tax decreases over the last few years, when you do that, it just chops everything off at the knees and you're bailing yourself out for the next 5, 10 years to catch up. And we haven't caught up yet.
Councilwoman?
To the guy sitting on the side of me, Councilman Hu's point, don't you think that if they merged themselves, they would still have these issues with lack of, wouldn't they? If you guys merged yourself,
Good, because you're
you
only,
still
you're only able to collect on the one.
they would still have the same issues. So we need to go municipal.
When you have municipal, you have better options at grants. We've sat with the grant writer. You have better options with grants when you're a bigger department with more personnel that is in need.
Aren't we one
You have
of
to be municipal to get those. You can be a larger department without being a municipal department, correct?
Sure. We've had past board members that say we're not applying for grants because we're not going to get them anyway. That's pretty hazardous to say that.
Those are board members?
This was a board chairperson.
They should have been removed.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. They agree. Yes. We've also had people say, well, you know, to get this done, somebody might have to die. But that's a pretty crappy statement to make, especially to me.
Isn't Coventry one of 2 that are still individual districts out of the state?
We're all individual districts.
No, you mean throughout the state?
Yeah, throughout the
municipalities.
Yeah, throughout the state. I thought Coventry and one other town were, what? There's still 38 towns that are districts?
There's 83 fire department entities in the state and 43 of them are fire districts.
Oh. I thought we were one of
Count
like,
4 then?
We count for 4.
Right. So I guess the
Oh,
question is, how
so
many
you-
towns have?
how many
separate-
towns have a municipal fire department? Let's say it that way.
All of them.
That's what I'm saying. We're like one out of all the towns in the state that are
I
not
believe
municipal.
The town of Cumberland has a district. They just went over, but they're in, I have no idea how.
Do you know that I remember my dad in the 70s talking about this? This has been going on a long
This has been going on since I moved here.
1741. That's why we are not going to solve it
No,
tonight.
so-
but-
It always
the
takes,
past
I
5
just want to
years-
say, it always takes money to get better. It always takes money to get new technology and new strategy. We need this.
But you need to put people in place to make that happen. Right now,
Councilman?
I think my largest issue with this, because like I told you in the hallway, I think a municipal fire department makes sense for any large municipality. It's the dollars that it's going to cost us to get there, and we don't have all of the information. But I think morally, the largest piece here that bothers me is the last council removed this voice from the taxpayers. Like I told you, we should be out there selling it. We should take your, the narrative of public safety and sell it to the taxpayers and let them decide. This should not be 7 people's decision, because it's those people out there that are paying for it. I don't want that on my shoulders.
Yep. No. Do you do that now with the town budget? How does
We should. They took that away as
do
well.
you now with the town budget?
But they took that away.
Do you now with the town budget? Do you do that now with the town budget? Do you put that out and have 30,000 people sitting in this room voting on a budget?
No, but we
No.
should.
You don't, is my answer, right? Is
But
your
I'm
answer.
new here, so we also don't do it for the fire department. It was removed, which was my entire point of my. This was fast tracked. It was pulled just like the budgets. Hillary Lima, I'll name her. She removed the ability for the public to vote about the budgets.
Councilman.
It wasn't pulled.
Right.
To get this for an all-day referendum.
If you don't get a supermajority, it goes to the taxpayers.
So this can go out to an all-day referendum.
Yeah, I don't think that's what I was saying when we started. Nothing here precludes us, I don't believe, from doing that.
So that should be labeled here. It's like we get reports and then, we're missing stuff and then we come.
We don't get everything.
So we've been working on this, right? We've been working on this topic has been going on for years. We spent 11 months on this.
That's why I wanted to reset at the beginning. Go ahead.
JP has all the answers because he sits on that commission.
Yeah, there was. Wasn't my first choice, but that's why since we started the commission, I keep trying to balance the discussion between the public safety side and the budget side. Obviously, both make sense to dive into. If we can't count on having all the numbers right, then it's tough to make the public safety decision. But that's why I said at the beginning, just to reset, the charter says we can do it. It doesn't mean we don't have to or don't want to put it out as a referendum.
If we do that, I think we should have an entire, to Councilman Hull's point, we should have an entire safety campaign to every single person in this community, because we know the numbers of people that come out to vote. We need everyone to come out to vote.
That was always, the downside that people would say, similar to how the boards act. You have 30 people deciding the fate of 3,000.
Well, that's what your elected job is.
Right. So this is the back and forth.
40,000 people voting on a budget. Where do you think that's going to go? It's going to be chaos. Voting on a school budget, chaos. You won't have any teachers, you won't have any DPW workers, you won't have police officers, because they're just going to say no to everything, which is their right. I'm not taking anybody's right away.
No, that's
But
the second side of it.
That's what chaos is.
Councilman Down?
We're trying to avoid that. Yes, sir.
I had a question for you. You had mentioned that new developments come in and you do not get any of that money.
The only revenue we get off that plan review money. So every residential that gets built, 1, 2, and 3 family, the districts bill out, or the fire district bill out $75 per house. That's it. On commercial property, it's based on the total job.
So new houses are not getting fire tax?
They are getting taxed.
So you're not getting that money?
Yeah, the tax levy. So if you look at a levy, say it's $100, but you have 100 houses. Okay, everybody pays $1. Now you put 200 houses on there. Now they only pay 50 cents. That number goes down for the resident. We don't get any increase in that. That if the value of the house goes up, we don't see any of that increase.
This is opposed to the model we have for impact fees.
They don't get, the fire doesn't get impact fees. Like police get impact fees, Parks and Rec.
Yeah.
So I think he's talking that the fire department in particular doesn't get any portion of the impact fees for developments.
But you're still collecting the taxes on all the new homes?
Yes.
And that goes to the fire departments?
Yes, that's it. Just fire tax only. Yeah.
And another question on the finances here. In this report, I'm seeing employment, asset values is like table 4, table 2. I don't see Western providing any data in here in the report.
That's something you'll have to ask that board chair.
Right, but they should have assets for buildings and stuff that would show up here too, right? Or is that only for MERS?
Something I can't answer. But the quote came about debt. I'm worried about debt. Every district has debt. We all have debt. If you don't have debt, it's kind of silly, but you're always going to have bills to pay. basically.
Page 186 has the fixed assets of Weston, I believe. 186 of the other thing. Isn't that a top portion, Weston?
So getting with staff, and if I just break something down real quick. Right now at 55 guys, I have 13 guys a shift. I have 13 guys working during the day, 12 and a half, you kind of look out west. 12 and a half guys. We're only looking for to start with that. I've already put out, I had a conversation with one of the other council people. He's not here, Councilman Pasqua, asking about it. In reality, this town needs 86 guys to cover this whole town. Uncrossed man apparatus, fully staffed 24/7. We know we can't do that. We know we can't afford that. We had cut the number down to 64. We got some pushback on that during the commission. So we put it just as is, just to get it off the ground. Unsafe. The liability's not on us. We're the employees. But it's unsafe, but we're willing to do it. Over the last 3 contracts, we've given up stuff. We're not here to pillage the town like people accuse us to. We are a union, but the union protects it's the employees. That's what we're here to do. What'll bring there is continuity and interoperability. If you merge this all into one department, everybody making the same pay, everybody getting the same benefits. There's no animosity there. There's no scruples there to deal with. You got one flat all the way down. One department of maintenance, one, all the billing, rescue billing, all that. That all comes under one. You read that in Mr. Savetti's report. I got to tell you, Bob does a great job in this town. Probably the best guy I've seen around here in a while. Gives it to you straight and does not lie. If you can't do it, you can't do it. But he will give you the facts, and that's it. That's what he's paid to do. That's what he's paid to do, and he's done a great job with this. Our guys work hard in this town. They want to stay. I have a young group of guys that do not want to leave this town with all this turmoil going on. They're young. I have 4 more coming out of the academy in 2 weeks. They want to stay. Some guys are from this town. They want to stay. The guys that have left here, it's in, what, 75?
I think it's 64 in the last 8 years.
64 because of this turmoil in this town. Because they don't want to put their lives on the line and not be protected. Go ahead, sorry.
Do most of the guys that you have, do they live in Coventry?
Most of the guys do.
Good.
Yep. I myself, at my family's expense, spend a lot of time here. We don't have any full-time fire marshals in this town, which is absolutely insane. There's just too much work and not enough personnel to do the work. That's why I've held up some of the licenses because I'm too spread out. One guy doing it part-time, impossible.
Councilman Marshall.
You spoke of 67 people leaving, and I'm just curious where that stands in the rest of the state. I have friends that are fire and police.
Yep. The personnel go where the money is, where the money and the benefits are. If they're gonna go put their lives on the line, they want better benefits and pay, and that's where they've gone. What I can say with the current board that we have in Central and the board that we have at the Anthony District, they did over the past 2 years increase the incoming pay for the bottom guys just to keep the guys on board. We've had guys $7,000, $8,000 increases. It's like a retainer. Who took the hit? The senior guys. Because like myself, I'm not going anywhere else. I'm here till I'm done. But it's to keep the younger guys here. When those younger guys stay and you put them in a sort of MERS plan, that MERS rates go down because it's a younger group. That group becomes bigger, the retiree group becomes smaller, and that payment goes down. That will happen with this. And I always hear MERS, pension. Everybody has some sort of pension one way or another, 401k, Social Security, it's all a pension plan. Just ours happens to be run by the state. We fund it, we fund our own, so there's nothing different. But the bigger the group, the less that payment is. The bigger the group for insurance, that rate goes down, does it not, Chief? Does. So it's better to have a bigger group under one umbrella than 4 separate circuses, which is what is going on here, still to this day. On my last one, I don't want to take up anybody's time. July 3rd, we had a big storm in town, okay? Assets are spread all over town. First truck to pull in for a structure fire, as we're assisting Hopkins Hill with a patient assist, was my truck engine 7 with my driver, Matt. Rolled up on a house with Chief Potvin, the house fully involved. Well, fully involved in the front of the house. Okay, we were able to rescue a woman out of the house. Okay, 3 guys showing up initially. Took a few more minutes for the next truck in there. But once we were told that somebody was in there, we went in. 2 guys, strictly against the rules. Strictly against the rules, what we're supposed to be. But that's the risk that gets taken. God forbid somebody, if I get killed in the line of duty or somebody else gets killed in the line of duty, there's a lot of people that have to answer that. So you have to keep that in the back of your mind. It's not, and I'm not threatening by no means. I'm just making statements that are true. You know, if somebody gets killed, somebody has to answer for that. So optimum in this town was 17. I think that's in that report. It's a standard, and you're going to hear standards aren't law because the state doesn't adopt standards. When we show up, we're supposed to have at least 17 guys. Yes, yeah, to fight a residential structure fire. That's just a residential house. You get a hotel, the high school. You know, we've had fire. We had fire in a nursing home.
One thing that came up during the commission, I think we mentioned it briefly in the report, but you know, you've got the NFP, National Fire.
NFPA, yep.
NFPA. That's where that 80 number came from. So, you know, in a perfect world, if you had all the money, what would a town this size take? So that's where you can see that magnification of the numbers getting so big. So,
well, 12 years ago, we did have 80 guys full-time. And because of budget cutbacks and public input on tax reduction, sent a lot of guys away and closed 3 stations, and guys left. This is where we're at. This is why I implore you, this is your responsibility. It's the town's responsibility, just like every other city in town.
Councilman Down.
Talk about service times for me. Because this town is so large, from what I'm reading, it looks like Western has a very minimal staff. What does that look like for coverage-wise? Like, does Connecticut come in to cover them? Are we covering from the east side of town?
During structure fires, we'll have an eco come in town, which is that end of town, because they provide tankers. They have no water supply out that end.
So do we pay Connecticut for those services?
No, it's part of a mutual aid package. But we'll essentially dump the town to that end of town. No district can stand on its own in this town. No district. Hopkins Hill only has 2 guys on duty. The Anthony guys have 3. You know, they used to have 4 guys on duty, down to 3. Went from 2 to 3. We have 6. We used to have 12 in Central. You know, which you had 12 and you amount everybody up. We used to make the 17 cut. Okay. We went down to 8, which was a travesty here, you know, but because of budget cuts. I swore I would quit when we went to 6. We did go to 6, but I can't leave these guys, you know. 6 guys on duty showing up when the other trucks are busy. I mean, and they're all like that. We've had other trucks show up from other districts. You know, the ones show up with just a truck. You know, you show up to a structure fire, you got the puckering butt when you pull up there looking at that, and you got to figure out you got to go in that house with just 2 guys. So, but yeah, we used to have 80 full-timers here. So we've given our part as the firefighters, as the workers. We've done our part as far as giving up. Contract talks, we've given up stuff just to keep guys getting paid. My guys went out without pay 5 weeks. 5 weeks. The Anthony guys went 6 weeks. No pay, but we didn't leave the station. That's how dedicated they are. Budget cuts, tax cuts, they didn't have enough to fund the payroll. We ended up getting it back. Yeah, took a couple years. But to go without pay, you know, it's like the government shutdown. You know,
So that's one of the things that we look at when, exploring this topic. It's not just a change in operations. It's a fundamental change in how money is allocated, how budgets are passed. So, it's essentially removing the individual decisions at the district's board level, putting them on, town council level. That was always kind of mixed into this report is, the, the good and bad of that setup. There's a lot of discussion about mutual aid. I know as a layperson, I was not aware of, I always just assumed the person who was closest kind of went to it, but that's something that came up. That's just, something I think we like to think sometimes, but what isn't necessarily true. You have to exhaust all your resources first. So, this is obviously the public safety side of the conversation. Appreciate you coming up here and giving us that side of it.
My last thought, because I know I've taken a lot of time, I apologize for that, because there's just so much running through my old head. I got a lot of experience here. You run one police department, you run one DPW, one school department. I just don't understand this model that this still goes on and how dangerous it is. If you decide to kick it down the road and do that, well, why don't we take the individual districts, if they're going to be set on their own little islands all the time, fund them. You're going to need 15 guys on duty for each district. That doesn't make sense, does it? That's a lot of guys, right? You got one dispatch. You're going to make all 4 districts get their own dispatch? No, you're not. So why keep this? Why keep this circus rolling? So that's all I got. Any more questions? I appreciate it. Congratulations to you guys.
I still
By the
don't
way,
think there's a
Councilman
clear
Baker?
answer on why the departments, why the districts can't merge themselves outside of the town.
because it'll stop this silliness that goes on with just one. If you only limited to just fire tax, it kind of handcuffs you if you're a fire chief trying to run a district like that, you're only limited to one sort of income, other than some of the other revenue that gets brought in besides rescue, recovery, and fire prevention, which, you could pull in a lot more money. That's another day for another conversation. But it's just a public safety issue. Why the town would not want to do that when it's ultimately the town's responsibility to
Well,
provide
isn't it
service.
the districts and the boards of the district's responsibility?
Of course.
Like, I feel like, we're having this conversation, but we're cutting out the people who actually have the
Yes.
authority over the,
Yeah,
the
but
districts.
usually if you look at the history of the district boards, it's just people that come in and go, we want all you guys going. Right?
I'm just saying, like, maybe that's where some of the education for the public could go, is that you really need to be to the public asking them for money, not to us. Because the public is the one that needs to fund it within, like, I'm in Anthony. I want you guys to
We
get
just
paid.
we want a better management of it.
So maybe the real issue is at the board level, not at the council level.
That's why I was just saying it's a shift in paradigm of the governance structure. You're also looking at, what the lieutenant's getting at is, the best they could do, even if they merged as a district, if I'm understanding this correctly, is they'd still be in the district model. So there'd still be one
Still going
board.
through the same stuff.
If your
That's what I
tax
figured.
levy is $3 per 1,000, you can get 4% off of that. They can't build up fast enough under that paradigm, whereas under municipal level, you would have the $18 per 1,000. 4% on that is high enough to get their services up. But that's what I was going to say when, if we want to get into the finances, we can kind of do the public safety side just to keep it balanced and then do the financial side. But I think that is what your question was getting at, if it makes sense, why not have them merge, which is a constant question.
Because I think the public safety side, there's no disagreement there. There's no disagreement with the fact that we need more firefighters in town. No one's disagreeing that. I think it's all finances.
We're just saying that the district model is just outdated, dangerous.
But we were just up here and when we were talking about RDA, it's like we didn't have any authority, but now we want to jump in on a district of a fire department, but didn't want to jump in and tell RDA you can't use Angel. It's like we find little ways to be like, okay, well, it'll work on this side, but it doesn't work on this side. They're both quasi-public agencies to some degree, right? That you have taxing authority. You probably have more authority than the RDA does, but
The RDA is not saving lives.
well, understood. But what I'm saying is if we can't tell the RDA what to do, but we can in this position, it works on the left, but doesn't work to the right.
Well, we're going to talk.
All right. Councilman Mars?
I just want to end by saying thank you for everything you do, all the services you provide, truly appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Like I said, good luck on the council. Just one last note. I said I got a great group of guys. It was easy to merge two unions together. We did it in 3 days with money. I know it's a little bigger uplift for this, but
So that's just going to further your.
Makes me nervous.
Yeah.
That just now you guys are just teaming up to come and really get us.
as I said, it's always better in numbers. Like I said, if I have,
Yeah, it is.
if I have a bigger group of guys working, that's under one umbrella. I can shift guys around where we're short. It's easy to do that. Can't do that now.
Again, I'm not against
I know.
the common sense. I see people in the back, they're a little annoyed with me. I can see it. I'm not against the municipal fire department. I want to make that very clear. I support firefighters. I support teachers. It's you guys run into a building I'm running away from. I'm not taking your job. I don't want it. This is strictly financial for me.
Yes, I understand.
That's
I
it.
understand.
And I want the taxpayers to have the vote. I want them to make the decision. Let's sell it to them. Let's get out there.
Yeah.
Let's get out there. We unions send money against candidates for candidates. Let's send money in a mailer to the public.
So on the last note, I was going to hold this up, but there was a councilman that's a firefighter here, was slandered all through last year. There was an incident that happened 1 year ago tomorrow on a council meeting that a vehicle was shut down. I want to put this whole story to bed today. The call was that they were going to close a truck down for that member to come here to a council meeting. That never happened. Okay. 6 months later, there was an anonymous email sent to the board director of the Anthony Fire District slandering the poor guy. It got brought up in public meeting, got brought up at council meeting, several meetings that I showed up. I advised him because I am his union rep just to sit on it, hold your hands, be a bigger man than that. But the man was slandered left and right. This story never happened. There was no truck ever shut down. We would never shut down a truck, to go to other meetings and stuff like that. The coverage was there. The actual acting chief came in. There was a phone call made, and the acting chief came in to work for him that night. So I just want to put that to bed, that story did not happen. It's still out there. And I want to discredit the person that made this crazy accusation. 6 months later, I don't know why. 6 months later, after the incident. Yeah, but I just want to put that out there. No firefighter would ever do that. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Anyone else from the commission want to come up, or anybody on the council want to go over anything financial? We're clearly, as we see, not going to resolve this all tonight. I know we've got a 10:30 deadline we'd have to suspend at some point. We've still got some more agenda items, so.
Just one thing to Councilman Hull's point. I think the difference between RDA and the fire department is the charter gives this council the authority to create the municipal fire department. It's already in our charter, as opposed to what RDA stipulations are regarding state law. Charter?
No, that provision in there.
That's been in there. I don't know when that was put in there. Yeah, correct.
It wasn't one of these 2022 ones that Angel put in there?
No, it's
Thank
been in
you.
there. Yeah. I think it's referenced in the solicitor's report. 1948, yeah.
We're going to do public comment in a little bit on this one. We're just doing fire commission right now. If you can hold off just a little bit. Don't want to violate any open meetings. All right, pleasure of the the council on this one. Are we good for now? Do we want to talk anything else through?
Any other questions you want the commission to dive into besides the timeline?
We've got
That's the only
Councilwoman
question right now.
Colby's timeline. I just sent the link while we're up here. So there is a bunch more attachments and stuff like that. But yeah, let's take a look at that and come up with more questions and all that. Okay. All right, we are back on the agenda. Public comment on undocketed items. Please come on up. I know it's silly, but not going to catch us on one of these. It's all right. Give you a second. Please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Susan Morris, 325 Richardson Road, Coventry, Rhode Island.
Is your mic on? Is it green on the?
Green.
No? Okay.
I don't know whether I want a municipal fire department. You keep giving me three options: maintain the status quo, merging into one quasi-public district, and establishing a municipal fire department. Pick one. Give me the figures, give me the budget, give me the money amount. Pick one. Then I can make a decision. I can't make a decision like this.
Do we have that in one of the last pages? We tried to do a summary, not in percentages, so people could see a real thing, but I think we have it at the end.
Referring to what the Dynamics report
Yeah,
provided.
this might be
Three
something we
options.
need.
Executive summary.
Yeah, we need a one-page summary. I'm going to add that to the list.
Bring it to the public.
Yeah,
You really need to pick one.
pick
Do
an
the
option.
budget
and-
for it, what it's going to look like, do what the taxes are going to look like so people can make a rational decision. That's it.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. We'll put that on the list. I think that makes sense.
Decide to bring it to the public?
No, but
Okay, 'cause
in
I just-
order, because we just had started your list, so we
Yep.
had one thing you wanted. I think that's going to be something I asked for, is a one-page summary, because I know it's in there, but I know we also had an update. So just for everybody's frame of reference as they're talking to people, let's get a one-pager summary to the town council. Please come on up.
Hey, Michael Repose, 9 Gill Street, Coventry. The only thing I'm going to go back to the fire thing again. And you keep hopping on, making it a district. I'm going to tell you why, and I wish Scott was still here, because he mentioned Patricia Morgan, who dragged people in to get people in to destroy a fire district. And when we have a department like this, with running for municipal, we have you people running us. You don't have people like Patricia Morgan coming and dragging people in there, destroying, cutting, slashing, trying to destroy a fire department. And that has been going on for years in this town, for years, and I would say decades. It needs to be municipal. You need to straighten this mess out, and you're not going to do it with a district.
Do
Thank
I
you, sir.
dare ask, I'm sorry, do I dare ask this? What really was the issue with, I don't know, I wasn't around, I don't know what happened.
Can't get into a back and forth, but if
Yeah.
somebody wanted to
Level.
say that was one of the topics that was brought up earlier,
Hmm.
maybe you could talk about it.
What really happened? I heard,
So you
Def-
had people that got on fire district boards that actually got in there, and they would get groups of people to come in to get on the board to financially destroy it. And that's why you had Gail Corrigan in there taking hundreds of thousands of dollars. Fred Grelinski destroying that district. And that's what's happening. Right now, I'm in a good district. I've been Hopkins Hill. I've been there 22 years last month. Full-time, 2.5 years before that volunteering. I volunteered since 1986. I'm at a good place, but fingers crossed. Who knows what's going to happen? Most of the people that are on our board are getting older, and who do you get? You don't get people that get paid. You get people that, I'll volunteer to do it, and they get on and like, what the heck am I doing here? Okay, and it's just, that's what it's been for years. And like I said, right now, we have some good people in all the districts right now. Things are working okay, but how long?
if we go municipal, will there be a,
Public, yeah, can't do back and forth, but write it down. You send it to me later. We'll
Yeah,
put it on
bring
the
it.
list.
We can
But
discuss that. Yep.
yeah, no, I appreciate it, but we obviously will have more follow-up on it.
I just want to give you that whole, what's wrong with a fire district? That's what's wrong.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, next up, please come on up, state your name and address for the record.
Undocumented items.
Correct, yep.
Jason Nunes, 4 Road. Village at Tioga. I know some of you people were at that meeting with the planning board, which I'd like to just present a copy that dated October 14th, 2025. Technical Review Committee report. I'd like to present that to
Thank you. We'll just take a quick vote to get that in the record. I'll take a motion to accept that into the record.
second?
I'll take a motion. I need one. I need an original.
Second that
Mr. Nunes,
motion.
what was the document, just so I can, I'll make a
That
motion?
was the,
What was it? What- the-
ERC.
He made the
the
motion.
Technical Review Board
I'll make
Committee.
a motion to submit Mr. Nunes' document for the technical review.
That was
board,
dated October 14th.
dated
So
October 14th.
That was like well-known way before that meeting at the high school.
I'll second that one.
First and a second, any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. That is in the record. We'll get a copy of that to everybody. Sorry, please go ahead. Just wanted to make
I
sure.
know
it
some of
was-
you guys were there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, they're proposing 176 units. And it's under the comprehensive permit where 25% affordable housing. That's really getting everyone's attention because you guys want to make that 10%, right? For the town of Coventry. That's going to help you get to that goal. But in exchange, he's asking for adjustments and waivers from the zoning and subdivision regulations. And it goes on and on. Initial interest or attention was at 44 units of the affordable housing and a rough estimate of $1 to $1.2 million in fees. He's also asking for forgiveness on that, on the impact. It goes on and on. There's road issues with this project. There's water issues with this project. And then if I go to the Coventry Comprehensive Plan, page 174, it's about community services with development, implement, impact fee, roadways, police, fire, parks and rec, library, the list goes on and on. These impact fees are supposed to go to all these departments for it. He's asking that he doesn't want to pay, whatever. Land use. This is an R20 zoned area, 27 acres, I believe. Now it's going to be considered a high density residential. It would also be required adequate transportation, access, and impacts on the site and surrounding neighborhoods to be minimized. We know the roads aren't up to snuff. We know there's no ADA compliance on some roads. This is going to be a pass-through through this neighborhood for 176 units. I don't want to take up too much time. Okay, so on a comprehensive plan, stratified drift deposits, pollution, non-point sources, pesticides, fertilizers, and urban runoff, nitrates, bacteria, viruses, and toxins from ISDS, sodium chloride from road salt. All that is going to be an impact on Lake Tioga. And you guys seen their drainage plan with their ponds and valves going right to Lake Tioga. This whole thing with the 25% of low income, the town should get the $1.2 million in impact fee. I have a feeling that's not going to happen, but I don't think the town council has full jurisdiction in this. I think it's a planning board decision, whereas conservation isn't involved. Zoning's not involved. It's ridiculous. But anyway, improving vehicle circulation throughout the town. This is from Coventry Comprehensive Plan. C-2, Objective 1.1. Continue to develop and maintain a town street system that provides appropriate access to all land uses, protects neighborhood areas, and provides systematically and orderly growth of new residential and non-residential areas. Objective 1.5, encourage creative neighborhood street designs in new subdivisions that will serve local traffic and foster neighborhood integrity while discouraging through traffic. We know that this whole development is going to be through traffic, through neighborhoods. They're even proposing narrower street widths for fire, police, any emergency access. I got 2 more pages, but I know other people want to read. I thank you for your time.
Thank
Any
you.
questions?
I would just encourage.
We're not really supposed to do questions, but offline,
Okay.
offline, absolutely. Yeah, I believe you have, but, yeah, okay, yeah. I've seen them, yeah. Thank you. Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. I'm Tom Weimiller, 6783 Flat River Road. I was a former employee of 2 fire districts within this town. They're both good departments. There are a lot of issues. If you do decide to do one large district, I don't advise against that. Just as an employee of those districts, I see the pluses and I see the minuses. Majority of the issues that I've seen were understaffed unbelievably. I went into a fire alone with no backup. The nearest backup was about 8 minutes behind me. There is a big disconnect between what we preach in this town and what we see. As a first line responder, I've seen that. It's not good when you don't have anybody behind you going into a fire. It's not a good situation to be in. Also, if you have no idea what fire prevention is or any type of fire safety for that matter, you should not be making decisions that affect us as professionals and affect the safety of your constituents within town. If you're on a department or on a board for that matter, and you have no idea what public safety is, that should not be a decision that you should be allowed to make. I've been there. I'm a taxpayer. I understand the pros and cons. I understand what a municipal will cost me. I do this for a living, and you cannot put a price on someone's life. It's uncalled for, and it is reckless. A district in this particular case for this size town and for the amount of people that are in it, I think is an absolute travesty. It should not even be considered. It should be a single municipal department, and the decision should be left to those sitting up there right now. Particular people that have public safety in mind, that have served, they understand the risks, they understand what we deal with, and they understand what the needs are of the public. If you have no idea, you should ask these firefighters, ask the lieutenant. He gave it to you straight out. Nothing he said is untrue. He knows, I know, I've done it, I've experienced it. I think you should strongly consider a municipal department rather than a task district. As the chief said, if you allow people that have a vendetta to get in, that make decisions about public safety and finances regarding public safety, that should not be allowed. Flat right out, that cannot be allowed. If you move forward as a municipal, a lot of the issues in terms of retaining people will definitely help. I think there's a lot of growth. Obviously, it's not going to be happening overnight. There are a lot of things that need to be planned out. I understand that. I'm sure many of you are aware of that. This is not something that can be done overnight. But long-term, in terms of retainment of people, I think you will have a much higher success rate of retaining people. Me personally, one of the reasons why I left was because of what happened to the former council president and just the general slander going back and forth between fire departments and council presidents. It's not acceptable. This town needs stability, and it needs to start with public safety. I strongly urge you to move forward with a municipal rather than a tax district. It's going to be much better long-term. Will it cost money? Yes, everything costs money, but lives, you cannot put a price on. If my father was to die at my house because I called 911 and nobody showed up, how can you stand there and tell me that's okay? It's not. Please strongly consider that. I urge you, please, municipal would be the best option in this particular case. As a former employee, I can speak on behalf of that. I have experience in that. Please, municipal is the best solution in this particular case. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening again.
Hi, Brittany Boyer, 318 Town Farm Road. How far do we estimate the $95,000 grant to last us with the programs at the Learning Center? I know we have 5 years to spend it, but do we have any idea how long that $95,000 should last us? No, we don't. Okay. My concern is that after that, whatever we pick up, if we pick up teachers, if we pick up programs, if we pick up fire safety, if we pick up anything, after that money's spent, we're on the hook for keeping those programs running. So if we spend $95,000 worth of salaries and programs and things like that, once the 5 years is up, we either have to give up those programs and do away with them, or we have to budget in that $95,000 worth of spending.
Yeah, we can't do the back and forth, but I totally understand what you're saying. And I think for reference, that's what Councilman Hu was getting at earlier as well, but
Okay.
I can follow up with you.
I have one other question. I see Parks and Rec doing a lot of advertising recently for lots of local businesses. I have not been able to find their tiered cost of what they charge for sponsorships and advertising, or where that money goes. If it goes into a general fund, if it goes into the town, if it goes just to Parks and Rec, I can't find that info. I'm looking to see if anybody can guide me on where I can find that information.
I'll have to follow up with you on that one. Parks and Rec, you're talking about the advertising they do.
Like the social media advertising for
Right.
local businesses, the
Okay.
signs
Yeah,
on
I've seen, I got you.
all of the fencing.
Right, like cross street.
Right.
Wherever we are.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm assuming that they're not advertising for companies for free. I just want to know where that money is allocated. So when we go back into the budget and they're looking for more money for events and things like that, which I'm not opposed to, I just want to make sure we're taking into account all of these sponsorships and this advertising that's there as well.
Gotcha. I got them both.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers? If not, we'll take a look at Zoom. Anyone still up? Or have they turned the dial to the local news? No? All right. Good evening.
Good evening. Steve Bosque, 8 Raven Boulevard, Green, Rhode Island. And there's just two things. I noticed in the packet, in which was in tonight's packet, the section, the appendix from the lawyer, Angel, that had prepared. There's 4 pages look like they're missing at the end, which were kind of where I was drawing on. It looked like they were circumventing some of your town charter for the 1948 rule or whatever it is. If you look at it, it'll say like 13 out of 17, and then it just ends with his conclusion. When he had, at the last meeting that we had with the fire commission, there was about 4 pages of other pieces that were merged that talked about acquisition of even part-time employees at the time of merger. So just, those pages seemed to be omitted from whatever got posted on the city's, the town's website. Right, if that makes sense at all. There's, because those are where the things, like the first one goes into about acquisition of employees, and it says that at the time of this event, according to Mr. Angel, that even part-time employees and everybody would become employees of the town, which takes away part of your charter. Right. It was at the municipal fire package.
So it looks like we're missing pages. I see it in my bigger packet, but not what got posted. That's probably the difference. Okay.
So I am the board chair of Western Coventry Fire District, and I admittedly, I have very little fire background, but I've never made a fire decision. I've had Chief Cady was our chief when I started, and any sort of thing that he ever requested, asked, I rely on the professionals to guide us in those things. We've Chris Abro is the new chief, and it's the same thing. Anything that he's asked for, anything that we can provide, I'm strictly trying to provide financing. Since I've been there as a board member to where we are now, we've gone from 2 full-time members to we've approved for 6 full-time members. We've increased raises. Basically, when the other committee member was up here saying how the base raise was put through in Anthony and some for the lower, a lot of that was because of us, because we've raised our rates to pretty much equal or slightly ahead. And they matched some of the, I think even Tom that was just up there when he came over. So we've done as much as we could, and including large tax increases that we got criticized for, but we put through a 15% tax increase unanimously with the voters who showed up at that meeting. As I said, sometimes it's 30 out of 1,600 qualified voters, but that's what these type of meetings usually are. We advertise our packets, we put them out, we put them in a local full packets, very clearly explained at local businesses, as well as on Facebook, as well as on our website, as well as on the Western Coventry Fire District website, as well as on the neighbors page for Western Coventry citizens. So we advertise everything we can do. Don't get large turnouts sometimes, but we do try to do what's best for our department and for our people. And it does become, just as you're suggesting, is like, I want nothing but the best service, and if it's a municipal, that's one thing. I do think that the people in the town should have the right to vote on it, and that's kind of what our motion was as far as going up to it. In the charter, the 1948 charter says they should be able to vote on it. That we have a word, and that's why we went to the State House to give our citizens in Western Coventry the right to vote on it. Before you force a group, to combine, if that's what the taxpayers of that area want, then they should be heard. To suggest that, well, they can't, it's a big difference. When you look at the packet that was provided for you tonight, they're showing you a level-funded fire district, but the fire tax in Western Coventry is going to go up 61%, and we're expected to hand over everything. The fire tax in Central is going to go up almost 70%. The fire tax in businesses in Western is going to go up 85%. If I wanted to add $1 to the current fire tax in Western Coventry, I could spend that money very efficiently and have, probably I could probably hire 16 people out there. I mean, we're going to pay the burden, our district, for this get-together. And it's something that really needs to be looked at, or at least taken into consideration before these things go through. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. I don't know if you have any questions on. I know you had asked about our finances should be in there. We provided everything that was asked. There is a link in which I don't know if it was put in there. If you Google on the town's website, Municipal Fire District, there's quite a few documents that aren't in the
That's
report.
the link, yeah. It's got all the attachments, but
That will
thank
bring
you,
you
yeah.
to the stuff. You'll see that we're the only department that provided an audit. You'll see that we're the only ones that had a lot of financial placed in there. And presently, we're the only finance pretty much running in the black as far as a district goes. That's the only thing I had. I don't know if you had any questions. No?
We can't read
Go
it.
back and forth, but I do have the link now, so I'll be reading that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Evening, Chief.
Hello, everybody. Kevin Cady. I'm the Chief of Central Coventry Fire Department right now. I live on 277 Plainfield Pike and Green, where I've lived for almost 40 years. I've been on Central Coventry Fire District for about 28 years right now. Lieutenant McCann, Chief Repose, some guys have already spoken, Tommy Weinmiller, and I'll make reference to the fire districts only. I'm not going to get into the other details. Chief Brown lived through this with me as I was his assistant chief. As far as the one fire district goes, I've lived through the era of Patty Morgan, right? So years ago, we took 4 fire districts and we merged them into one, right? And we thought that was going to be the best thing ever. Well, it took a small handful of people, less than 10% of the voters in our district, in that one district that's going to be stronger because it's one district, right? That almost took the district down. That district, literally, I was working the night at the stroke of midnight, was going to get taken over by other fire districts. It was going to dissolve. So you're going to have the biggest district in the center of town with the most manpower and trucks that weren't cross-manned, as Lieutenant McCann stated, was going to shut down because that was the possibility. This was the taxpayers that were out there. They came out to vote. All the good taxpayers that love our service, it seems like, even like with a town budget, they very rarely show up. The only ones that show up are really the people with the axes and the pitchforks, right? They got something to say, they come up and they determine the fate of everybody else in the district. So that possibility can happen again. We lived through it. We had a prior town manager that told the prior chief of Central Coventry, go ahead and close stations if you have to, because we can't bring in any more money than the levy allows us to, like what was explained, right? And a lot of guys always thought this in the past. If Central Coventry puts up 800 more houses, everybody's rate goes down a little bit lower. That doesn't mean there's 800 more houses. Central Coventry can put Rescue 7 back on the road. That's not how it works. We can't bring in that extra money. Yeah, the district is actually going to they're going to send out a tax bill to those 700 new houses, right? But there's no extra money going into the fire department to operate it. So you got all those extra houses and all those extra calls that are going to increase our run volume, which, by the way, right now, Central Coventry averages about 1.9 calls every hour, right? We're running about that many calls per day. So that's just with our apparatus, never mind the other districts. So this is a possibility that could happen again. So if we form this one district that people have mentioned, I think the former town councilman LeBlanc mentioned the same thing. That was one of the first words out of his mouth was, why can't we just make it one district and not a municipality? Because that possibility is always out there to happen again. Like Mr. Guthrie said, Patty Morgan could rise her ugly head again, get her troops rallied up. Next thing you know, you've created this big fire district because we're not going to do a municipality. And what happens? They come out and they could bring it down. So then where does the town manager stand at that point? He's facing this one big fire district that's about to fail because they're going to keep knocking the tax rate down. And we can't afford to keep trucks on the road. Or we take trucks off the road like we did Rescue 7. So that's a possibility, always staring at you in the face if you're going to go with that one fire district. That model doesn't work, right? That model doesn't work. Most of the public that's out there are very uneducated on our job. We all know that, right? We think most of the people that are out there are all happy with our service. They don't necessarily worry about what number's on the truck when it shows up, but they know that when they call, people come. The problem is you get the time delay of where they're coming from. We need to be one department. Like McCann said, it's going to be, continuity and stability, and that's what the department needs. We can't rely on the fact that someday down the road, our council's going to change. Our board's going to change. The town manager's going to change, and then we're facing this one big district that's going to shut down. And what's the town of Coventry going to look like then, right? We don't work this model with the police department. Why are we trying to do it with the fire department? It just doesn't make any sense. To me, it really doesn't make any sense. So as far as I'm concerned, it needs to be municipal. It was mentioned on how many guys Central's lost in 8 years. Say it was 78 guys. I can tell you off the top of my head, I can't think of any one of those guys that left my job to go to another fire district. They went to Cranston, Warwick, Newport, Johnson. They all went to departments that are more stable, better benefits, better pay, and stability. My guys sit around the table and they listen to all this chatter going on in town, and they have for the past 10 years. And what do they think? I'm getting out of here. And they all leave. Right? And we have a turnover rate that's ridiculous. And every guy that comes in the door is another $10,000 we got to invest in them between fire academy and clothing, their physicals and everything else. It's about 10 grand to see them leave 6 months down the road because all the chit chat that's going on in town of Coventry, because town of Coventry can't get off the pot and make this a municipal fire department. So I don't have to get into all the details I already mentioned, but the district isn't going to work. That's the reality of it, right? Look at the size of Coventry. Look at everybody else around us. There's nobody that's a district that's this big. We can get our foot in the door. We've agreed to do it with the manpower now, where, we originally proposed like 64. I thought it was a happy medium. We can't go with the NFPA standard. Nobody can afford that. Well, we'll get our foot in the door and we'll work on it. And we'll start building on it. We'll put Rescue 7 back on the road. But we can't stand alone as one district. It's not going to work. And that's all I can say about it.
Thank you, Chief. All right. Anyone else in chambers? Please come up. But while you're getting up, I just want to remind the council we have a 10:30 provision. We can vote to extend the evening in half-hour increments per the rules. So we still got executive session and another item or two after this. I mean, it's relatively quick, but just a reminder because we've got 15 minutes before that runs out. So, I mean, it doesn't hurt to vote it in and then not need it, but.
You don't
Something to think about. Please go ahead, state your name and address for the record.
Elizabeth McDonald, 247 Nicholas Road in Coventry. I am also a member of the board, but for most of the time, I have been a supporting member throughout the state for fire response. I just have a couple of points, and quite frankly, I don't want to say municipal or not municipal, but I just want to bring a couple big things. One, what I saw in this plan, we're still going to have the same staffing that we have now, which concerns me because of the fact that the taxes are going up so much. You also mentioned, one of you mentioned, I don't know why the community is not speaking out a lot about this. We've had meetings here in which you guys told us to wait, to hold off our opinions until after that report was turned in. Matter of fact, when I came up and talked the last time, the only other time that I was comfortable getting up here, you specifically said, please wait, that we are not making any decisions on this municipal thing until after we get all the information in. I will say that I've listened to every single one of the meetings, and it sounds like the decision was made, and a lot of the conversations that happened at those meetings were about how can we get the public to understand this decision. That's not what was promised to us. What was promised to us was this council was supposed to look at all of the options and come back, and you said that even today, with some of the options. I listened to those meetings, and the meeting was, how can we get this glove to fit into this? And that's my concern. If we're giving the public all its information, then we have to give them all the information. That's what this committee was supposed to be put together for. The other thing that really concerns me, board aside, anything else, is this audit thing. I know that at least two of these communities or two of these districts were having some issues. I can't see that an audit hasn't come in a few years and been posted, and we don't know what all of our financial exposure is going to be. Before we make any decision about a municipal council, I only think it's fair as a community member to know what our financial exposure is going to be. We can't say public safety versus not public safety, because I started with the whole statement that the numbers of staffing are not going to change. As a matter of fact, in some ways, it's going to get less out in Western Coventry because we do have the ability to pull in more people. So my only concern is, if we're going to move forward, we need to see what those audits were, what our financial exposure is going to be. Because at this point, we're taking a big hit and increasing our taxes. And I know it might not seem like a big deal, but a lot of the folks in Western Coventry are older and elderly, and it's a huge hit. It's not a little hit, 60%, it's a huge hit. So I want to take care and love my residents enough to say, hey, we saw everything. If we come up to this with the decision, that's fine. But can we at least not say that everybody's saying, from what I'm seeing in the meetings, this is where we're going? And then, like, in a perfunctory way, say, well, you know, we're going to look at all odds. I don't see that. I didn't see it in any of the meetings. So we at least look at all of the options before we go into this? That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Anyone else in chambers, please come on up. Evening, Chief.
Good evening, John Potvin. 99 Reservoir Road in Coventry, lifelong Coventry resident, and I'm also the chief of the Hopkinsville Fire District. I wasn't originally planning to speak tonight, but I think to Mr. Hoole's point about, you know, why not one district? I'm happy to say that I work for probably the best district, nothing against the rest of the districts. We're fiscally sound. My bosses are all great. However, you guys are the leaders of our town, and you have no control over the fire department. The fire chief of this department should work for the town manager, who works for you. And right now, that's not the case. We have an issue in the Hopkinsville Fire District. It's got nothing to do with you. Town manager can call, he can ask, and so can't you. Again, I think most of us are trying to do the right thing, but, you know, you guys are elected and you women are elected to run this town. And there's a huge portion of your town that you have no control over. You know, and I also think, you know, and Lieutenant McCann had spoken about this, you know, again, I think a little bit it's smoke and mirrors. You drive up and down Hopkinsville Road, our station is beautiful, our trucks are nice, and that's all a credit to Chief Brown. It's got nothing to do with me. I've been there for 10 months. But when people find out there are 3 people that work in that building, they're surprised. There are days that I go on calls, I respond to calls right off of Hopkins Hill Road, and it's me and trucks from West Warwick. No trucks from Coventry at all. And that shouldn't be the case. Lieutenant McCann talked about that call on July 3rd. And had I been home, I would have been to that call long before then by myself. But for a while, it was just 3 of us. And that is not a situation that we should be in. And I get that there is a cost to everything. So, you know, if you were to, and we could spout off statistics about NFPA 1710, and, you know, we need 4 people per truck and we need 15 to 17 people on scene, but nobody really cares. You know, nobody cares about statistics. They want to know what it costs and who's going to be in my front yard when my house is on fire, who's going to be doing CPR on me if my loved one or I am in a cardiac arrest. And I think we just need to look at that. And I think we also need to take a real look at, like, what is the staffing, right? Because there are districts who say they can pull in more people, but they can't. They can't. You know, the volunteer days, which I was a volunteer firefighter, and that is a model that is a great model, and a lot of firefighters across the country are volunteers. But that is not the case. People don't even want to work these jobs now. When I tested, for those of you who don't know, I retired from the city of East Providence after 27 years. I've been a firefighter for 33. There was 2,500 people that tested, and that is not the case now. You know, when we hire, it's a chore. It's a chore to recruit them, and it's an even bigger chore to retain them. And when we look at the model that we have right now, where younger folks are worried about, am I going to get paid? You know, what's going to happen if the district board changes? So I think that the finances are obviously important. I pay taxes here. I pay a lot in taxes. But I think it's money well spent, and I think we need to balance the finance with the public safety. And, you know, and to the woman who spoke before me, you know, she's right. It doesn't grossly change the staffing, but hopefully at some point it will, because we have the biggest town in the state. We have 64 square miles, and we typically have about 11 people on duty. And we're currently doing about 19 calls a day. So right now we're at 6,600 calls for the town as of today. So, you know, people think that it's Coventry, it's a sleepy town, but, you know, it's your job to bring in more business and more residents, and with that is more demand. And, you know, the requirements are much more. And as it stands right now, if I was in your shoes, if you were the fire chief and I was the city council or town council person, I would want some control to say, this is how I want the fire department to be run. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chief. All right, now do we want to extend the time? We're going to have to, yeah.
I make a motion that we extend the council meeting by 1/2 hour.
Second.
First and a second, any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Too bad. We're here. Good evening.
Julian Weinmiller, 6783 Flat River Road. I'm also a board member at Western. I do not disagree with Liz at all with what she said. However, actually, I guess I disagree with one little thing that you said. Western will not be reducing as part of this plan. Currently, typically our staffing is one ALS provider and one BLS provider. Sometimes there's 2 ALS providers.
Yeah, could you?
Oh, sure, sorry. Yeah, I mean, you could probably tell them better than I can. One can give more care than the other, I guess. So generally the other districts are just ALS. We do both. So kind of like an entry level versus not. So I have an interesting perspective. As you heard, my husband is a firefighter. I'm also a board member, and I'm a wife of a firefighter. The day he went in a fire by himself terrified me. I mean, when he came home, thankfully he came home, but what am I going to do? You know, the other thing too, on the medical perspective, there's days where he has worked a code by himself with the next engine or the next apparatus being over 10 minutes away. you can't do that and be effective doing CPR. You just can't. So I don't want you guys to think, and I don't want the public to think that Western will be decreasing staff. I worked very hard and advocating for Western not to. Just because we can't call in other members doesn't mean that we're not getting more qualified members. There's certain things that a entry-level person can't do that the others can. I mean, he's come home with stories, and I don't know how he sleeps at night, to be honest with you. So I think that that is just another thing to think of. I know that a lot of people are going to say, oh, Western's going to decrease, but we're not. And I'm not sure about 60%, but I did the math on my house, and it's an increase of about $323 a year. So I know that's $323 a year, but less than $30 a month.
Thank you, Jillian. All right. Anyone else in chambers? If not, I think I see a hand in Zoom. Please come on in. We will unmute you and state your name and address for the record, please.
Sherry Elderkin, 979 Victory Highway, Green. I want to say first off, thank you to all of the firefighters and all of our first responders. I appreciate all that you do. Again, though, I have to reiterate that I think without allowing the people to make a decision on this, it is very unfair to us. Our fire district in Western is not in the red. The other fire districts are in the red. We're going to absorb those costs there. We're going to absorb all of that. And the tax burden is going to fall on us. Again, not fair to the people of Western Coventry. If you want this to be a decision made by the town, I understand the safety 100%. I cannot thank the fire department enough. They saved my daughter's life. So with that being said, I truly appreciate everything that you do and always have. But my concern is not that. My concern is that, you know what, maybe $30 a month doesn't feel like a lot to you, but it's $30 a month in that tax. It's $30 a month in my regular property taxes. It's $30 a month at the grocery store. You know, it's $30 here, $30 here. That adds up. A lot of us live on a budget. It's not affordable. So we need to find a way to make this municipal fire district happen without an exorbitant cost to the public. I have no problem if we're not absorbing everybody else's expenses. You know, and that's what we need to look at. What are we ending up absorbing? You know, we have working, functioning trucks. We don't have a deficit, and we're absorbing districts that do. And that's going to affect us negatively. So again, I ask that you go through those finances, ask questions, and get more details, because I don't believe all of the finances are 100%. They're estimated amounts, not the actual cost that it's going to cost the town once it's done. So I think we need to get better amounts and look better at the finances. That's all I'm asking. And again, please, I thank you all for what you do.
Thank you very much. Anyone else on Zoom, Marcus? No? All right. All right, then. I think that'll do it for public comment on undocketed. Let's see. We are moving right along now. Looks like item 12, introduction of new matters. We have an approval of utilities to be granted permission to locate and maintain poles. Anything on this, Mr. Town Manager, or is this basically when we need to move a pole and they need some kind of resolution before we can
Yeah,
do
they
it?
need our approval. It's all set.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to move polls.
Second.
Any discussion?
Move the polls.
Moving polls discussion. All right, all those in favor of moving polls and doing those things? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. And all that's left now is executive session. The town council is going to entertain a vote to go into executive session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A2 for litigation matters, discussion of prospective litigation to be initiated against and by the town. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I do need a roll call.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi. Yes. Councilmember Hul,
Yes.
Councilmember Darwin,
Yes.
Councilmember Mars,
Yes.
Vice President Brown,
Yes.
President Verducci.
Yes,
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passed.
we'll be back. All right, I will entertain a motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
Motion is second, discussion. Madam Clerk? Yeah, I have to.
Councilmember Pasqua, Councilmember Capaldi, Councilmember Hul, Councilmember Darwin,
Yes.
Councilmember Mars, Vice President Brown.
Yes.
President Verducci,
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
We need a motion to seal the minutes of executive session. Discussion, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Pasqua, Councilmember Capaldi, Councilmember Hul,
Yes.
Councilmember Darwin,
Yes.
Councilmember Mars.
Yes.
Vice President Brown. President Verducci.
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Town council met in executive session pursuant to RIGL 42465A2 for litigation matters, discussion of prospective litigation to be initiated against and by the town. No votes were taken. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? Against? Thank you.